Hi, welcome to a new SimplyMaya tutorial. In this tutorial we're going to look at the UVing for our cartoon dinosaur here. Now before we start I'm just going to cover a little bit of UV theory and how it works in Maya, and I'll let you into a secret. I really don't like UV mapping in Maya. It's always been a fairly slow process and I prefer to get on with things like texturing and modeling and dynamics. So I'm just going to flick on some anti-aliasing and I'm going to show you a traditional kind of Maya workflow. Now if you've never done UVs before, the aim of the game is to take something that's 3D and lay it out flat. Now to do this we'll have to cut it into pieces and then cut it again so it can be laid out flat. Unfortunately, the more cuts we make, the more seams we make, the more difficult it becomes to texture. So for an organic model it's better to have fewer seams and a slightly stretched UV map. But let me just show you how we would normally go about UVing this. And as I mentioned, I'm not a big fan of this. I've always used third-party software for UVing, but recently with all the updates to Maya, the UV has got a lot faster and a lot more efficient. So let's do it the old way. I'll then open up Headers UV layout and show you the difference, and then we'll come back to Maya and see if we can get a similar workflow. So let's just take a look at the sphere. Now at the moment, if we check out the UV texture editor, so I'm going to press the space bar to bring up the hotbox and UV editor, you'll see it's got this kind of UV map on it. Now if we go over here and apply a checker to that, you'll notice that it all looks okay until we get to the top where it's a complete mess. Now with a good UV map we want these squares to be perfectly square. They don't have to be the same size as each other, but they do all really need to be perfectly square. So let's look at a traditional UV workflow. Let's come in and first of all create a new UV set for this. So let's come in and go UV and let's do a planular UV map, and because we're on a sphere I'm going to project that down in the y-axis and I'm going to hit project. So you can see now that my UVs from the top are all nice and square and from the bottom too. But now we've got a problem with the center section. So here's how we fix that. I'll just turn the squares off for now, and you can see what I've got here in the UV view is the UVs laid out, but they're obviously overlapping each other. So if I come in and select an edge here and then another edge here, so I've got both edges, I can then go to polygons and I want to cut the UV edges, so cut UV edges. If I then select a UV and click Control and right click and go to shell, I'll then select the whole UV shell. With W I can just move it out of the way. So there would be the bottom in this case of the sphere. I'll then go in, select another UV on the top, Control again to shell, and I'll move that out there. So there's the top and the bottom. Now we know the top and the bottom look fine. We can flick on our view again, so that's fine, that's fine. So this middle bit is the one that's really not working out for us. Now I'll select all the faces in this middle component, so you'll see I can select them in this view or in this view. It's just handy to select them in this one. I'll then go up to UV menu again, and this time I'll do a cylindrical map. So there I have my cylindrical map. Now I might need to grab these handles and move them in. There we go, just scale them all the way in, and now I have a cylindrical map for my UV, which is probably a bit too big, so I'm going to uniformly scale that down, and we'll go back to our little squares and we'll see what we've got now. Now obviously this UV stretched all the way across here is not going to work, so let's just pull that in. Whoops, actually let me just focus in on it so I can see it. And I haven't selected the whole thing, so I'll go to its shell. Okay, there we go, grab the whole thing, and I'm just going to scale this down till it's the appropriate size and my pieces go square. Okay, so that's about right. It would need to be within this portion of the UV, so let's get that till it's square. There we go, and now I can move these in, resize them a bit till the squares are approximately the same size as each other. And W to move that one over here, grab this one, and I'll scale the same one in with this. Okay, Could have scaled those both together, it probably would have been easier. Now, we've got squares, but we've still got a little bit of stretching down here. So I'm going to select this whole shell. In fact, I'll select the whole lot and go to Polygons, Unfold. Okay, and that gives me nice square squares all the way around, and we are about done, and there it is in the UV view. So let's turn those squares off for a second so we can see it. So as you can see, we've got the middle of the sphere here, we've got the top and the bottom, and the whole object is flat. Now if we turn on texture borders with this button here, you'll see that I've got one seam along here, one seam along there, and I'll have another seam straight through the middle. So that's a very typical UV workflow in Maya. It's how it's been done for quite a while. Now on a sphere this is a little bit annoying. You can't help but think there would be a better way to do this. On an entire character it can get very tedious indeed. So I'm going to open up something called Headers UV Layout, just show you the workflow of that to show you the difference. Now the first thing we do in something like Headers is select some symmetry for this. So you can see the top and bottom half have gone different colors to show they're in symmetry. Then I would just cut around here like I did in Maya, and cut around here, which does automatically because we have symmetry. Press the cut there, come along here, and in Headers we just drop these into the UV view. Then I flatten them, and then I come down to this Optimize and just hit Run. And this will optimize out my UV map. Just give it a second, you'll see it unfolds nicely. There we go. And that'll do. Now you'll notice that this one and this one are different sizes, but again in Headers, because we have symmetry, I'll just move my mouse over this one and hit S, and you'll see they both go exactly the same. So now I have all the UVs laid out. In fact, if we go into the 3D view and hit T, you can see I've got nice even squares. In fact, we've probably got a better job out of this in 10 seconds than we did with Maya. So, the reason I made this tutorial was I wanted to do a different workflow in Maya for UVs. So let's take a look at a new way of doing this. So let's leave our UVs where they are for the moment. I'm just going to go into object mode, and I'm going to use part of the Maya bonus tools for this. Now if you don't have them installed, you can go to Autodesk's website and search for bonus tools. You'll find it. It's a free download, comes with a Windows installer, Mac installer. Just go ahead and install those, and you'll find that when you've done that, you've got this extra toolbar entry called bonus tools. Now you may need to restart Maya after the install. In fact, I think the installer asks you to close Maya, so you will need a restart, and then you'll get access to all these other tools. So as I showed you the workflow in Headers, I'm going to come into the UV texture editor, and I'm just going to turn off the texture borders for a second. So let's just turn off display texture borders. There we go. So as I showed you the workflow in Headers, let's see if we can get a similar one with Maya. So first things first, let's come in and take our selection tool, and you'll see now under Maya I have symmetry. So let's put on symmetry in Y, and you'll notice if I select an edge here now, the same edge is selected there. So now we have somewhat symmetry. So let's double click and select both these edges. Click here, here and here. So now you can see that same cut pattern that we got out of Headers. Okay, that's what we're going to use in Maya. So go up to bonus tools, go to UV, and let's have a look at the auto unwrap UV tool. So this is new. Unfold 3D is Maya's new unfold engine. The legacy unfold wasn't brilliant, so I'm going to leave it on the new one and just hit enter tool. Now you'll see here I've got select mesh or face to unwrap. So before I enter the tool, I need to select the mesh, enter tool. I've still got my symmetry on, so obviously this is very simple. I'm now going to go to add borders. That will add the borders, and the warning we got was just about deleting the history on the object, which is fine. And now I'm going to hit continue. Okay, so that seems to have worked. Let's go and have a look in the UV texture editor. And there we go. So I'm going to hit done, and that's done the same thing as we did before with our UV, except it's done it faster and with far fewer steps. So the workflow works very much the same way as headers UV layout. I mean, if I project a new UV map on this, so let's just do a planular map in Y, and then let's have a look at the UV for it. Okay, you'll see I've got that UV set here, the same one we've always had. Now let me just dim that background image so we can see it better. You'll see I've got that horrible UV that's not going to work in the center. Well, again, if we just select the mesh, enter tool, and I'm going to do this once more so you've got it down pat, one in the middle so we know it, lay it flat, add borders, yes, continue, and let's have a look in the UV now. And there you go, my UVs have once again been laid out. They're all the same size. Let's put the map back on it so we can have a look. You know, and we've got a nice UV layout map, exactly the same as if we'd have done it by hand, by first doing a planular map and then doing a cylindrical map and then, you know, all this stuff. So we've got a workflow that's fairly similar, as I mentioned, to headers UV layout, which in my opinion is one of the better UV layout tools on the market. So I'm going to apply this technique to our entire dinosaur. Now the reason you don't see this unwrap tool used more often is that it's a little bit buggy. But I have some workarounds for that should allow us to do a whole dinosaur in one fell swoop. The whole thing should take, you know, a quarter of the time that it normally does. So hopefully we can get these UVs done and out of the way and get started with the texturing. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So as you can see, I've taken the liberty of opening the dinosaur. Now you'll find this in the tutorial folder that you downloaded if you haven't made your own. Now as I look at this, it's fairly well organized, so I'm going to hide all the peripheral objects by just selecting them and hitting Control H. I'll also hide this tongue here. So what we'll do is we'll UV the dinosaur first, the main body of it, and this will give us enough to work with so I can demonstrate the techniques that you need. We'll then look at laying the UVs out properly in patches to texture either in ZBrush or Mari. This will allow us to use different parts of the dinosaur in different textures. But first things first, let's get this guy sort of patched out so we can lay him flat. So the same as we did with the sphere, we need to start thinking of where to make our cuts in order to lay this out flat. So for instance, if we were to cut around the arm, we would then need to cut it in half so it was able to unfold flat. So, and there's a few other things on objects like claws. For instance, you want to actually cut the claws off as separate objects. This will make them easier to texture later on. So you need to keep an eye on where your seams are, but plus which objects can be sort of fragmented off from the model with no trouble with seaming. So things like the claws, you're going to have a natural seam in between the claws and the skin fold anyway, so it's a good place to put a seam. Now, areas where you don't really want a seam, running straight down the middle of the head, for instance, or straight across the front of the belly, areas where it would be better to, say, have the underneath of the model cut. So if we were going to lay this tail out flat, we might have to cut it around here, but we definitely wouldn't want the seam to go down the front. We'd prefer it to go down the back. So if we come in and we enter our UV tool, so let's go to the bonus tools and go to UV and then auto unwrap UV. You can see when we enter the tool, our dinosaur goes a different color and we can now start selecting our edges to cut. Now, as I mentioned in the previous part, this tool gets a bit buggy for me. So you're never going to get the perfect cut the first time around. You're going to need to go in and sort of recut, and generally you're not going to get it perfect on the first try. I mean, you might surprise yourself, but in general you're going to need a couple of tries at this. You're going to find that you've cut a seam in the wrong place or something's not quite unfolding the way you expected. Now the problem I have with this tool, the problem a lot of people have with it, is after you do your UV and you click, go back to where we were before, you'll see it's left the green on my dinosaur even though I've hit cancel. So now I go assign new material and I got to put the Lambert back on, and also you can end up losing all the edges that you've selected. So if you're doing a whole dinosaur, what happens is you'll enter the tool, select your edges, you'll hit go, the tool will go wrong for whatever reason, and you'll end up having to reselect all your edges again, which is a huge pain in the backside. So what I prefer to do is not use the tool at all. I prefer to just come in and select some edges. So let's just select the edges we'd want to, say, unwrap the head. So first thing we need to do is cut the head off the body. So there's one here. And we know that the head is going to have a split in it. Whoops, that's not the right split. So we're going to split it up the back. So I just select one edge along here and then click, click, make sure we get that split coming up the back. And we'll want to make sure we're split all the way through. And missed a couple here. So that should give the head enough room to sort of unfold outwards. And I did a very bad job on selecting these edges, sorry about that, but there we go. So now I've got a head that will unfold outwards, but we're not quite done yet. If we look at the inside of the nostril, for instance, that's not going to unfold because it goes all the way back there. So we're going to need to come in and come in. And generally you're going to want to cut the inside out, which just means for me that I'm going to select this whole edge loop here. So that will allow me to separate the inside of the mouth from the rest of the head. Okay, so that's sort of selected my edges there to unwrap the dinosaur. Now I might also select the inside of the eyes here, just to make them easier to unwrap. And of course you can do this with symmetry on as well, which will make the whole process faster. Make sure I've got all the way around the neck there. Okay, and that's a pretty decent selection. That should unwrap this head here, no problem. Now the problem is if we enter the tool now, we're going to lose all our edges. So we're going to make a selection set for our dinosaur. And in fact, to properly unwrap this, I'm also going to need to select under the chin there. Now, before we really get started, let's just unwrap this one portion that we've got here so I can demonstrate what it looks like when it's flat and why we've cut in the places that we've cut. So instead of entering the tool straight away I'm going to go create, and then I'm going to go down to sets, and I'm going to quick selection set, and I'll just call this UV01, and I'm going to click OK. This way, if we click off our model at any time and you think, I've lost all my edge selection, you can come in and go to select, and then under quick sets you've got this UV1, which, as you can see, has now selected all of our edges that we had to lay this out flat. So let's come in, select the whole mesh, go to the bonus tools, get a UV editing, and come in and again auto unwrap UV tool, enter the tool. Now we load in our quick selection sets, UV1, and hit add borders. You'll see they go a dark red because that's added the texture borders in there for us. Let's just have a check. And now I'm going to press continue, and this will unwrap the UVs. Now this might take a second or two, and there we go. See the results in the UV texture editor. So I get a UV editor, click the dinosaur, and we've got some obvious problems because we didn't do the whole dinosaur, just the head. But if I select this part that has been unwrapped here, actually I just want this shell, so let's go on to shell and let's just move this out. Actually the whole thing is still connected together, but anyway, it doesn't matter. For the intents and purposes, this is the part that we've unwrapped. So you can see the head is really nice and flat, and as we go around here you can see the head all has really nice uniform squares. And there's very little in the way of stretching here. And where we do have seams inside the eyeball, well, that's not such a bad thing. And if we go down and look at the body, you can see that the UV for this it's terrible, with massive stretching and completely no uniformity whatsoever. But the head is absolutely fine. So if we just click done, there we go, that will just do that once again and finalize. Okay, now the other problem that you might experience with this tool, let's just turn the wireframe unshaded off, And as you can see, the whole head is almost perfect in its UV layout. We don't have a seam down the front, so that's very nice. We've got our seam down the back here, where it's going to be far less noticeable on our character. And then again, look at the body, terrible, terrible UV. So what we've just done is in a couple of minutes we've UV'd an entire organic character's head, which compared to Maya's old workflow is fairly miraculous, really. Now, we need to get on with the rest of this. So let me just turn on the UV squares, turn off the UV squares, sorry, and you can see we're still in shell, so we'll select that nice flat shell. Now, a problem with this auto unwrap tool is if I were to go and do this again, then it would destroy the UV map that I've already got. So I can't come in and UV a part of it, make sure that part is okay, and then continue with the rest. It really has to be done in one fell swoop, or at least the best way to do it is in one fell swoop. Now, if we'd have done this without those selection sets, we'd now have a problem, because we'd have lost all our edges. But because we have those selection sets, I can just go up to Quick Selection Set, UV1, which just puts all my edge selections back, go into edge mode, and I can simply continue to cut out the rest of my dinosaur. So, now you've got to think where you want your seams and the best way to lay out flat is. So we're going to come here and here, and we're going to cut the arms off first of all. So that gives us, another couple of sets, and then we definitely need to cut the legs off the character's body. So that's the wrong edge. And what I'll do is I'll actually just click away from there, because we have all our edges saved in a selection set, and I'll arm the symmetry. So I'll just pause this part now, and I'll see you in the next part when we'll come back, and in really quick order we'll have UV'd this entire organic character. So I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So let's continue on the body of our dinosaur. Now we've got the head done, and I am going to turn symmetry on, but this time I'll turn it on in the X direction, so I select like so. So I should only have to do half of the dinosaur, and the other half will be automatically selected. So before we start, we'll need to load in our quick selection set again. So UV1, and that's got all the edges selected on the head, which is very nice. And now I need to just cut out the arm, and you'll notice that with the symmetry I'm cutting here as well. Then I'll cut out the leg, and the way I like to do this is to cut out the bigger components first and then worry about the smaller bits. So cut out this leg, and this is again, if you followed along in the first tutorial, you've kept a very tidy mesh, and it's important for a lot of reasons, not the least of which was it's going to make this UVing process for us much easier. It's just easier to work with a tidy mesh like this one. Whoops, and I think I'll actually cut across here for the leg section. Again, so that's the leg, that will be the leg completely cut off, this model, and again we've got the other side as well. So the head has been cut off, the leg has been cut off. Let's cut the tail off. And because the tail is going to need to lay flat, we're going to need a seam down the center of the tail, so let's make one. And if we just cut a little bit up here, we should be able to lay out this whole tail section flat with no seams across the top. So unless anyone looks from underneath the model, which is far less likely than looking downwards at it or looking straight on or side on or whatnot. So a good rule of thumb is to try and put your seams where they're not going to be seen so much, as I've said. Now it's at this point when I've got some basic selections in, I just like to go and do another UV set. So create sets, quick selection set, and we'll call this one UV02, and this also helps to save them along the way in case you make a mistake and need to come back and change it. You've got various different selection sets that you can start to work with. So the tail is done. The tail will lay out flat. Now the body will need to also lay out flat, so we're going to need to cut a seam down the back here. And let's see if I can make a better job of this. So click there, double click there. Nope. For some reason Maya's not liking my selections right now. There we go. And let's just get this one. And we've cut a little bit too far in. So holding shift, just deselect there. Okay, double check, seems to be fine. So that's the body there. We're also going to need to put a seam down the front of the body. Not all the way, but we are going to need to cut it so it unwraps better. So to about there. We could probably get away with one less there. But again, this is the reason why I save those selection sets in case I need to come back. Okay, so that is the tail cut off. That's the head done. Okay. So, arms. Let's have a look at them. Now I'm going to cut the seam across the back for the arms. So let's see if we can get one edge loop that would be nice to us. Let's follow it along here and cut here. No, wrong one. Here and here. And just deselect any edges you don't need. Okay, so that's cut all the way across and all the way down the other side. Well, we don't actually want a seam on the front. And again, this does get a little tedious, but compared to the older workflow, it's actually not too bad. Now I also want the claws as separate objects, so let's come in and cut around those claws. Make sure I've got the whole edge loop there, and again here, and again here. Now because those claws will be separate objects, they only need one seam, so again one seam down the back. Okay, so I won't have any seams across the front of my claws, and the claws will actually be a separate object altogether, so we still have the seams running through the fingers, which should be more than enough for us. Yeah, I should think that arm will now unwrap quite fine. Let's just make sure, because we have the symmetry, that it's got the same on the other side. It has. Lovely jubbly. So we've just basically got the feet left to do. So let's come in and decide where we need to lay these flat. Now, in order to lay this flat, I'm just going to cut the bottom of the foot completely off, because I do not mind so much if there is a seam around the bottom of the foot here. So that's cut the foot completely off. Now let's come in and cut these claws off too. Make sure we've got the whole edge loop. We do. And again, it's the nice thing about working with a all quadded model is that it does make stuff like this, you know, a bit easier. And then we'll need a seam down to the heel. There we go. And that should lay out flat. Now it might be a bit squashed, might be a bit of stretch going on there with the foot, but for our intents and purposes, you know, it's not terribly important to get it completely without any distortion. We want it pretty good, but you know, this is an organic character, and organic characters have skin, which means that, you know, it will naturally stretch and squish a little bit, so it won't really affect your texturing that badly. Now, that for me should be a complete unwrap. We might have a bit of problem here in the nostril. We'll need to, we'll need to actually come in and select down inside the nostril here. And I wish it would stop doing that, but we're just going to have to come in and do the best we can. So I'm going to actually have to go inside the nostril, which is not something you want to hear too often, but and make sure that I've got the edges all the way up to the back there, and I do. Okay, so the reason we do that is after the nostril has been cut out here, it will need to cut there to be laid flat, of course. So looking at this, that's the tail that should unwrap, the feet should unwrap, the claws should pop off both the hands and feet, the legs should unwrap, and the head should unwrap. So let's come in and just save that as a selection set, just in case something goes wrong. So create, let's see, selection sets, where are we? Sets, there we go, gone blind, sorry about that. Quick selection set, UV, O2, there we go. In fact, that was named, I just saw it there, UV03, because we already had an O2, so. Okay, let's select off, and let's go to select, selection sets, where are we? Definitely blind today, and there we go, and that puts all our edges back. One quick last check, feet, arms, head, there we go. So now we can select the mesh, enter the tool, select quick selection sets, UV03, add borders, yes. Okay, now we can get a look at the borders, so it should be fine. Let's just go to continue. And now let's check our UV texture editor. Okay, that looks pretty unwrapped to me. Now, slight problem. This probably is the inside of the mouth, yes, which we just cut out from the head. So you can see the inside of the mouth is completely detached from the outside of the mouth, which is great. But this will be very stretched. I can kind of see it on the UV. So we'll need to cut this in half. So that's one portion that's not good. Here is the front of the body. So that's looking good. The legs are here and unwrapped beautifully. The arms are good, and these are all claws, inner eye, whatnot. In fact, let's bring on the texture pattern. And let's just hit continue, done, because you know this is a good UV map. So I'm just going to wait for that to finish. That should take 30 seconds or so. There we go. And let's go to object mode and click here. And let's look to see if we can see any UVs that are out of place. And the answer to that is no, not really. So there you've got a fairly seamless dinosaur. You've got one tiny seam at the front here, but overall the main body is seamless. The back of the tail here, nice and seamless. The claws are detached. You can see that they're not joined up to the body. There's a seam here, but it's a great place for a seam. And the bottom of the feet have a seam here. But unless I shoot the model from sort of this angle, I'm never going to tell. Under the chin, a seam, but again, we'll be able to paint around that. You know, you can't avoid all seams. Where the arms and legs meet the body, we also have a seam. But that, folks, is an entire organic character, completely unwrapped, with a fairly good UV map on it. All done in, I think that took about 9 minutes. You know, and if you're not having to go along and explain as you go, you can get that done in 5-10 minutes, which compared to a traditional Maya workflow is fantastic. So I hope you've enjoyed this. I will come back and we will put this into different patches. We'll fix anything that needs fixing. We'll need a cut here. If we could see the inside of the mouth, you'd see there was some stretching on it. And in fact, in the new version of Maya, I can arm this, which will show me where the stretching is. So anything that's blue is kind of pinched off, and anything that's red is pinched in, and anything that's blue is stretched out. So if I turn the checker pattern off, we'll see on the dinosaur where we have stretching. So around these eyebrows, as you would expect, because they're fairly big to lay flat, and we've got a little bit of stretching inside the model, but we don't care about that, and there's a little bit of stretching around the ankles. But if I turn on the UV, if I turn on the checker pattern, you can see that that is a fairly small amount of stretching. Now, if you wanted to get rid of that, you could make some more seams, but again, it's an organic model and skin is going to stretch. So I'm basically, for a 10-minute job, 5-minute job, I'm extremely pleased with what we've got. So I thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part when we'll clean up and organize this ready to be textured. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we looked at finishing the UVs for our main character here. So I'll just pop open the UV editor and I'm going to dim this image just so we can get a better look. And dim image, and there is our UVs. Now if we go into shell mode, so just right click and select shell, we can see this one here, as I pointed out last time in particular, is the inside of the mouth. Now if you want to get a look at just that, we can isolate it, so view, show, isolate selected, view selected, and you'll just see the inside of the mouth. From there I can put the checker pattern on that, and I can see here that it's quite badly distorted. Now on the inside of the mouth we might leave it, but you know, because no one's ever going to get down that far really, but we'll just fix it anyway. Just give me an opportunity to demonstrate some of the new UV cutting tools. So I'm going to cut across this here, which will be this line here, along here, just so we can flatten it out a bit. And I can do this by selecting the cut tool and just coming along and following the line that I want to cut on. Now if I just zoom in a bit so we can see what's going on, and I'll just now select the line and just, I'm holding the left mouse button at this point, so I'm kind of holding and dragging it along, and I'm selecting a line to cut along. So this makes for a fairly easy, fairly intuitive way to cut a UV now. And I'm not really liking that cut down there, so if you find out that you're not liking a cut, you can go to the stitch tool, which is here, and we can change the brush size of the stitch tool. So hold B and drag with the left mouse button and come in and just stitch it back together again. So I can also stitch a UV together with this. Back to the cut tool, and I'm just going to cut along, all the way along, until I've separated these two shells basically, or separated this one shell into two shells. Okay, so now that's done, I can just go to polygons and come up to unfold here, and that will unfold this out into two separate pieces. And let's have a look. So now the mouth has been unfolded out into two separate pieces. So if I go back to shell, let's have a look, and Q to go to the selection tool, shell, this one and this one, and let's put our checkered pattern on there. And you can see we have a bit less distortion, but not really enough less. So let's find out. Let's select these two pieces and let's look at some of the options in unfold. So let's just reset this tool for a start and apply that unfold, and now you can see that unfolded out a bit more. And when I look at this, okay, we've got perfect squares around the back here, we've got perfect squares all throughout the mouth. So that's one way that you can cut and repack. Now if I just turn off the checker pattern and we have a look at the front of the body, which would be here. So let's go off isolate selected and view selected. Let's just turn that off. And when I look at the front of the body, if I turn on texture borders, okay, you can see we've got this texture border here on the front. Now if we look at our checkers, that's looking pretty good, but I'm not sure we actually need to cut that much. So you could again just come in with the tool here and just sew a couple of those back together. So let's go to the stitch tool and get the brush size, come in and just sew that back together. Then we don't have such a big seam at the front. And again, that's down to personal preference if you want more kind of stretching or less seams. So this is all pretty good now. The body is all looking nice and square. Let me just get rid of this and I'll get rid of this UV view. In fact, first let's take a look at what this looks like. And there we go. So I'm going to turn on this interactive display here, which shows UV distortions. So anything white is very good, it's kind of perfect really, and anything blue or red would be pinched or kind of stretched, sorry. And we're looking pretty good. Now we've got some squashing around the eyebrows here, but I'm not really going to worry about it. If it was a dark red, it would be a cause for concern, but most of this is nice and white. I can't really see anything obviously wrong, so I would say that does us for the main body of the actual character. So now we start some UVs for the peripheral stuff, the teeth, the claws, the eyes and whatnot. So I can go ahead and hide this guy, Control H, and then I'm going to bring in, let's say, the horns. So Shift H for the horns. Now these horns are pretty simple to do. We just need one split in them basically. So if we have a look at the UVs already, let's go to UV editor, and these horns are all individual objects, I believe. Okay, I'm going to group them together. So actually they're already in a group, so let's just combine them into one mesh. So mesh combine. There we go, and that will give me one mesh. And let's take a look at the UVs. Well, not very impressive, so let's just go to layout, which will lay out our UVs. Now I'm going to make sure mine has been reset to the default settings. So just layout UVs, and we've got this kind of layout. Now you'll see it's all blue and it doesn't look very good at all, really. So let's come in and see if we can fix that. So I'm going to go to UV here and we'll select one. So you see one of the UVs here. You see we've got, somewhat of a problem here. We need to cut these up. So we can use the bonus tool as we did before. So let's select these. I'm going to turn off the UV distortion display just to get it out of the way for now. I don't want the UV map itself. And I'm going to come in and just select some edges. So I need to split these so they lay out flat. And that should do it on that one. And then just come in. And I'm going to press F so I'll focus the camera so I can see what I'm doing, and just cut these so we can lay them out flat. And once again, and this is where the process can get a little time consuming. A couple of minutes and we'll be done. Now you could transfer UVs to these objects because they're similar, but honestly when you have to make one cut, sometimes you're just better off doing it like so. So let's save this in a selection set. So create and sets, let's quick selection set, and I'll just call it set for now, that'll do. And object mode, let's select here, go up to our bonus tools, UV, auto unwrap tool. So you just want to make sure it's on unfold. Basically this tool is at its default settings for 2016, and enter tool. Okay, so that should have entered as the tool. Now we need to create, go up to select and quick selection sets, set, that will do. Actually that has not entered the tool, let's try that again. There we go. Okay, it's not happy about this. Let's find out why. Probably because it's already got the same name as one of these. As I said before, this tool can be a little tricky, so I'll just put temp on there for now. And enter the tool, select the mesh, hit continue, there we go. As I said, this tool tends not to get used so much because it does have a few bugs in it. It's fantastic when it works, and as we've seen with a little workaround of saving selection sets, sometimes it can be a bit finicky. So let's add the borders in, which is all these borders we cut here, and hit continue. Now let's go and have a look in the UV editor. Okay, and that's laid all those out quite nicely. So let's bring up the distortion, and you'll see we're pretty much all white here, which is fantastic, exactly what we wanted. So that's laid out the UVs for all these horn parts. I'll just click done, and that's done the UVs for the horns. So I'm going to select this horn group and delete its history just to get rid of these temporary group nodes up here. So edit, delete by type, history, and now we've got one object that's all has the horns nicely UV'd. So if we looked at, let's try the upper and lower gums. So let's Shift H, and you can see we run into exactly the same situation here. We've got some teeth, so I'm going to grab these teeth and group them together. Actually, I'm going to just combine the mesh on them. So edit mesh, combine. Okay, and now I've got one object, so I just want to view just the teeth. So again, isolate selected, view selected. I press 1 to unsmooth them, and now I need to get a cut line for the teeth as well. Now for us, because the teeth are going to be visible, let me just get rid of this UV view and this. Because the teeth are going to be visible mainly from outside the mouth, you know, we're not going to get many shots from inside. I'm going to put the seam on the UV on the inside portion of the mouth. So basically, once, as we've done before, we just want to get this in the least visible place, and for me that's going to be inside the mouth, because I'm never going to put the camera inside the mouth and shoot outwards. So, and again, we're just selecting the edges so we can do the cuts later on. Okay. And you know, with this technique, even though we've got sort of 10 teeth here, however many we've got, 12 maybe, it's done in relatively short order, 30-40 seconds. Right, so now we've got those, we need to save those into a selection set. So create and sets, and quick selection set, and you can give it any name you want. I'll just leave it as set. Okay, so you see there I've got set 1. Now object mode, let us go up to our bonus tools, UVing, auto unwrap UV tools, hit enter to go into the tool, and you'll see it's got a problem with the naming convention again, so we'll just once more stick a quick temp under that. We can worry about, you know, renaming this later when we put it together, but for right now, just to get this tool to work, let's just hit enter tool. So continue, and let's load in our set. Okay, so there is all the edges that we picked out before. Add borders, continue. Now let's take a look in the UV editor. Okay, and there I've got all my teeth laid out. So let's whack on the UV distortion view, and as you can see, we've got a tiny bit of distortion at the bottom of the tooth, but pretty white, really. Quite happy with that. More than good enough for our intents and purposes. Okay, so done, and that's got these two things together. So let's show isolate selected, view selected. So now we've got the mouth, the teeth done here. We just need to do this gum, and I'm actually going to leave that as an exercise for the reader, because that's, as they say, because that's really easy to flatten out. And to be honest, all we've got now is the lower teeth and gum, which I'm going to leave you guys to do because it's done in exactly the same way as we've just done these teeth here. So just select them all, combine them together in a mesh, and put your cuts in on the inside of the mouth. Now we've got the eyes, let's have a look. So the eyes are very simple. This top bit of the eye here will actually be used as a kind of shiny material to show the reflectivity in an eye, so it doesn't need a UV map at all, it will just be a shiny material. And this bit we will do the same way that we would do any sphere, except for this middle bit. So let's pick some edges. So we're going to need to cut the middle bit out, and then we're going to need to cut across here, cut across here. Okay, that should do it. Now I will save that. So create, yeah, set, quick selection set. There we go. And that's all we should do to really unwrap this particular eye. So I'm going to go back to object mode and enter the tool. And let's load in our selection sets. There we go, add borders, continue. Alright, let's check the UV. Okay, and there is our eyeball. So that's looking more than good enough for us. If I whack on the squares on that, you'll see they're all fairly nice and square. Except this middle part here, that's not looking too good, is it? And it really shouldn't be like this. So let's use our cut tool and let's just cut along here like so. That will allow it to stretch out flat, so polygons unfold. Actually, why didn't you? That was not what I expected to see. Let's try that one more time. There we go, that's more what I expected to see. And if we look on our squares, now we don't have all that mega distortion, so that's good. Okay, so that's pretty much the UVs laid out for the entire character. Now I'm going to leave a few of these bits for you to do. The teeth for the bottom, which are done in exactly the same way as the teeth for the top. And these two gum portions here. Shouldn't be difficult at all to lay out. In fact, I'll do one now on screen. I'm just going to actually click done on the UV tool so we save this eyeball out. Okay, so there's one eyeball, and we'll look at cleaning this up in a second, because right now we've got obviously one dinosaur with various different UV maps, but when we come back in the next part we'll talk about optimizing that. So let's have a look. We've got this here that needs laying out flat. So let's check it out. It's UV map, UV editor. And as you can see, the UVs on this are not very good. So let's just go to polygons layout, which will lay them out for us. And that sort of laid them out like that. Not quite sure why they've gone like that, but let's just try unfolding them. Okay, let's just select them all first. Okay, the UVs on this are actually very, very kind of weird, really. Alright, let's look at this and add a new UV map to it. So let's just do a top-down projection. So let's select it as an object and go to UV, create UV. And let's just do a planar projection in Y. There we go, project. And that will create a UV map for me. As you can see, now my squares are looking much better. Bit of stretching going on, but we kind of expect that right now. Okay, let's go back to object mode and let's open up the UV editor once again. Okay, and now I've got, as you would expect to see, so let's see if I can just unfold this. Okay, shell, let's select it and unfold. There we go, that's a bit better, but it's still never really going to lay out flat until we cut it a bit. So really we need to cut it a little bit along the corners here to allow it to sort of stretch out a bit flatter. So let's come in and let me turn off first of all the distortion and then this, and let's just cut some seams along these corners. And because the gum is not going to be seen that much, I'm actually going to chop it where it bends as well. So I'm just pushing and dragging the mouse along to get those cuts, and again cut the corners to allow it to relax. Whoops, not that much. And now let's unfold it. Okay, that's looking better. Let's see what that looks like with a map on it. Now, for the gums, that's good enough. They're not going to be, you know, intricately painted. You could continue cutting some extra seams and smoothing some more. So you might want to cut the center holes out altogether to allow this to stretch more flat. But, you know, looking at it, it's more than good enough for what we're going to be painting on it. So that'll do. Now let's just bring everything back. I will actually leave you guys to do the tongue, and let's just bring the body back. So I should see here now UVs on everything. So in between this part and the next one, I'll just move my eye back into place here, Actually, I can just zero it out. Okay, in between this part and the next part, all I'm going to do is make sure that I've got the UVs on the bottom teeth that we skipped, and then I'll come back and we'll look at organising this into one comprehensive UV map that does the whole character, so we can then take it out and paint it. But we should finish on the next part with the UVs and get on with the painting. So I hope you found this somewhat interesting, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So I've gone ahead and taken the liberty of doing the bottom gum and the bottom teeth and also the tongue, just using exactly the same techniques we've already covered. Now, before I go any further and organise this UV map, I just want to clean up my scene a bit. So I'm going to select my geometry here and just delete the history on all of it. So delete by type history. And then see what we've got in here for eyes. So the eyes have both been UV'd. I simply copied over the eye we UV'd in the last part and just moved it across so it was in the right position. And I'm going to delete the history on these as well. So there we go. And now I can look at all these sets we've made, these quick selection sets. So if I go into selection sets, you'll see them here. You can also see them here in the outliner. So I'm just going to grab a lot of them and hit delete. Just gets rid of them. I don't need them anymore, and I definitely don't need them cluttering up the scene. So I've got these gums upper and lower, which have been grouped, which no longer need to be grouped. So let's pull that out of the group. And these eyes are in a group of their own. Let's just grab those. I'm selecting them all with shift and then middle mouse dragging them out of the group. And I'm left with 3 empty group nodes. So let's kill those. And now I've got just this geo. Okay, so if I look in the UV editor, you'll see the UV map is all overlaid and jumbled and absolutely useless to us. If we want to take this into a third-party paint package, so I'm going to use Mari, but it could be if you wanted to paint it in ZBrush, for instance, or you wanted to use Photoshop even, this UV map is absolutely useless. But when we look at our character, it's all nice and square. It's got nice little squares on all the horns, nice little squares on the teeth. So we've got a good UV map. We just now need some decent organization. So as I'll be exporting this character as one piece, I'm going to actually combine the whole thing together. So I'll grab all of the geometry and just do a mesh combine. Okay, there we go. And I'm left with a whole bunch of history on this. You'll see blank transform nodes in these groups. So once again, delete by type history. Now you will be able to separate this. It's not going to be a problem. So if you need to separate it later on for whatever reason, it's not an issue. And here I've got an empty group node that was left behind for some reason. So let's just get rid of that. Now again, we look at the UV editor, and it's all really overlapping with each other. Now we can do a quick layout. So let's just do a quick layout first of all. And that will organize it all flat. So now let's have a look at shells. And you'll see there what has happened to my eye UV. Okay, and this will be my tongue, I would imagine. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's the tongue. Okay, and these are all the various little bits and pieces. So there is the head, for instance. Now this eyeball, something has gone very wrong with that because it should not look like this. So, that's for the outer eye actually. So first things first, let's just take away the bits we don't need. So this outer eye I'm going to put here and this one here. Now the reason there's no UV on this and why it's not flat is simple. It's because we're going to use a completely transparent glossy material on it, so we're never actually going to paint on it, so it doesn't really need a UV map. So you know, I wouldn't generally bother to UV that too much, so I'll just leave that as so, and I'm going to now organize this thing into different patches. Now you'll notice our UV view is made up of squares. Now generally speaking you would use U1 V1. Now this square is U1 V1. This is U minus 1 V1. So U is going across the horizontal, V is going up the vertical. Now it's traditional normally to put everything in this one square, but if this is then a 4K image map that we use for a texture, that means that, let's say, the head of our little guy here would be about 150 pixels wide in an image map, and that's no good. You know, we can't get any decent sort of clarity or resolution in 150 pixels, and there's the whole body of him. You know, it's tiny. So what we're going to do is patch it out, and what this means is when we come to paint the texture, we'll have one combined character, but it will use different boxes for different things. So let's take the body and put it into U2V1, and let's take the head and the legs. So what I can do here is just select these and then organize them into different patches. So let's select all of those and see what that is. Now I'm going to turn off the view here so I can get a better look at what I've actually got here in this patch. And I'm going to want the arms as well, so let's get the arms. Let's just move those into this patch. Select everything, see if I'm missing anything. Yes, the tail should go in there too. So grab the tail and move that into there. Okay, and now when I select everything in this UV patch here, it will just be that entire body without the claws here and without the claws here. So now I know that everything in this patch here is everything to do with Dinosaur skin, basically. And we've missed the inside of the nostril. So let's grab this and this, and this and this, and let's just move them over here in the same patch. Now I can select everything in this shell, go to Layout, and it's important to hit the options for this because you don't want to lay out into region, you want to lay out into nearest region. So Layout UVs. Okay, and that has now laid all these out in this region. All that remains is for us to give them a scale. So let's go to Layout again, and under Scaling options, let's go Scale Mode. We can't actually stretch these to region, so we can just do it manually. Okay, you want to maximize the use of space, so you want to get this as big as possible while it still actually fits in there. Okay, so that should work. If I turn on this view, we can see better. So now I've got one patch. So U2V1 would be this patch, U1V1 would be this patch. Okay, and I've also got the nose has gone down there for some reason, so let's bring that up. There we go. And the other piece of the nose is over there, so that's okay. Good, good, good. Okay, so I've got everything for the skin or for the main body in one patch. Okay, now we could leave the rest of this here. Actually, it's not such a bad idea to do that, but if you wanted to, say, bring out the eyeballs, for instance, so if we go and select this, let's see, where did that go? We want to select the inner eyeball here, which I believe would be these pieces here. Oops, not that one. And we should have a couple of straightaways for the eye. There we go. And that should be our eyeball. Let's just go to Isolate View Selected, and that is our two eyeballs selected. So we could have those on a different patch if you wanted to get a very high resolution eye. So let's come in, and I'm just going to press W to move, and I'll pump them into another UV patch. So now we have three. Now select all this lot, polygons, layout, and then I'll just manually resize these so they're a bit larger. And there we go. Now you can take some time and trouble moving these about to try and get a better distribution. In this case it's not strictly necessary, it's just go to polygons, layout with this lot, and then rescale it until it's big enough to fit in. Okay, that's still a bit big in scale. And maybe a little smaller. There we go. And these two bits here, I'm just going to shrink to a very tiny size and fit them in a patch where we've got some room. So up here with the rest of the eyeball. Okay, there we go, that fits in there. So now I've got these three patches. Basically, if we go back into the whole view, let's flick off the squares because we know we've got a nice flat UV map. If I select this lot and do a show isolate selected view selected, you can see one patch is basically the main body, all the bits off the main body that we don't really need to associate with skin. So this patch is everything like the little horns, the bottom of the feet, the claws, and the teeth, and the inside of the mouth. This patch will be, let's just isolate selected and view selected. This patch will be all the lizard skin basically, and this patch here will be the eyeballs. Okay, so we've got one for the eyes, one for the main body. Now we could split this out even further and have a whole patch just for the head, depending on the resolution you're going to need. And you know, again, it entirely depends on your character. Now for me, this map here would be sort of a 4K texture for the skin, and these eyes could be 1K, and the claws and everything else would also be 1 or 2 or 4K. But it just allows us to use one combined mesh, which is very nice, but you know, each of these could be 4K. So we get a 12K texture on here, or at least room for one now, when we paint. So I'll be back in the next part when we'll be going into Mari, and we'll be painting in there. But you know, you could go into Photoshop right now and start painting this if you wanted to, or you could use something else. In this case, we'll be going with Mari. So I hope you found something interested in here, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we looked at laying our UVs out in 3 separate UV patches. So I've had a little reorganization. We've got basically the horns over here. Here is all the skin, and here is some sundriest things like the gums and the eyes and whatnot. Now before we go any further, it should be noted that these can be organized a little better. Your goal here is to fill in all of the space possible with your UV. So for instance, this could be resized a little bit just to make it bigger, so we use more of the available space. The more available space you actually use, the better quality your texture will be, because if this was a 1K texture, then obviously the bigger this is, the more room I'm going to get to paint. So what you don't want is a lot of empty space. Now I'm not going to take too long here on camera organizing this and rescaling and moving it about, but you should be aware that the less empty space you have within each of these patches, the better off that you're going to be. But for right now, this will do for our sort of intent and purposes. Okay, now there are a couple of other changes I need to make. When we combined this, we combined the outer eye as well, and we don't actually need it. We won't be painting that in Mari. That will simply be a transparent glossy material. So we're going to have to fix that. I'm just going to go mesh separate. I'm going to select the outer eye portion and hide it, and I'm going to do the same around here. Just going to take this outer eye portion, hide it, then I'm going to select the whole dinosaur again and recombine it. So mesh combine. Okay, so I don't want to take anything with me, and I'm going to just get rid of the history on that before I export it. I don't want to take anything with me that I'm not painting. This will be the export for Mari. So as we weren't going to paint those outer eye surfaces, we don't really want them cluttering up the issue, and that would go for anything else that we weren't going to paint within Mari or ZBrush or wherever we're going to export this guy out to, in our case Mari. You don't really want any sundriest details cluttering up the place. So if we look at our UV map again, you'll see it's basically the same, just the 2 square UV tiles we had for the outer eye are gone. So it's no real problem for us. We've still got everything that we need to paint on. Okay, so the other thing is I'm using here the smooth mesh preview. So I get a nice smooth dinosaur, and this is how he's going to be finally posed and animated and everything else. So when I export this guy to Mari, I actually want to export a smooth version so I can paint a smooth high resolution mesh. Now unfortunately Mari won't obey the smoothing that's used within Maya, so we'll need to just go up and go mesh smooth, just so when I export a nice smooth version of this mesh. So before we export, we're going to do an OBJ, so we'll need to go down and make sure we have OBJ export ticked here, and then we'll just export this character. So export selection, and I've got one here that I've done earlier. I'm just going to call him Burt for Mari, and export. There we go. So now I have this ready to go in Mari. Now for me, I'm going to paint some of the textures within Photoshop, some of the base textures. Now as we're going to do a sort of a cartoon lizard skin, you could go onto Google of course, or whatever your favorite texture place is, and download the textures for it. But I prefer in this case, because it's a little cartoony, to hand paint. And things like eyes, when you download textures for these on from the internet, a lot of the time they'll have the specular highlights built in, and we really don't want any of that. We're going to generate all that in 3D. So I'm going to paint the eye and the skin base textures within Photoshop. Okay, so I'll pop open Photoshop here, and we're going to start with fairly decent sized texture. So we'll do our 1K eyeball, so just 1024 by 1024, and this will give us a base to paint on. Now I'm going to double click there just to take the background layer off because it's not necessary, and I'm going to start out by drawing the main round shape for the eye, and I can do this with just a paintbrush. So let's go up, and we know this is 1K, so let's start off around 750. Actually much easier just to type that in. So around 750 pixels with maximum hardness, and I'm going to use black, although I don't really like to use a solid black, more of a very dark grey. Let's just get that somewhat in the middle and plonk that down. Now that will form the basis of our eye, but it doesn't look kind of very 3D, so in order to change that, we'll come up, set the brush hardness to 0, keep the size the same, flick this over to white, and again I don't want a pure white, just slightly off white, and then I'm going to come in and put this in the center and click once, and you'll get this sort of 3D graduated effect, making the whole thing look a little less flat. So this will be the basis of our eye. Now we need some color for our eye, so I'm going to create a new layer to put the color on. I'm going to use the brush, I'm going to come up, and I'm going to go around 400, 380, maybe something like that, and this will form the main color portion of the eye. So let's get a hardness of 100%, and let's get a color we like. Now for me, you can use this to create human eyes, but for me I'm going to go for a sort of goldy color. It's more in keeping with our cartoon character, and I'm going to want this to be 100% hardness. I'm going to get it in the middle of this thing and just click, and that will form the main color basis for our eye there. So again, this is looking very, very flat, and it's a bit sharp, so we could have used a softer brush, but we can also just blur. So let's go to Gaussian blur, radius of about 7 pixels, depending on how blurry you want that, but around 7 for me is fine. So I'm going to click OK, and we're starting to get the eye shape up. This is the white of the eye, and this is obviously the start of the coloured portion. But it's very flat still, even though it's blurred in, so we need a big highlight in the middle just to give us some sort of contrast here. So I'm going to create a new layer, and I'm going to use a much lighter version of the colour that I just used for this. So somewhere around there, I'm going to take the brush, and I'm going to make this about half size, so maybe 150. There we go, and I'm going to use a very, very soft brush, maybe around 10%, and I'm just going to dot a highlight of colour in the middle there. Now we've got this highlight of colour, we're going to need to, in fact I think I might actually use a slightly bigger brush, get a slightly bigger highlight. Again, this can be a bit fiddly, might need to play around with it until you get the results you want, but I'm just going to do, there we go. So I've got a big highlight in the centre of the eye now. Now I want to smudge it outwards, so I'm going to use the smudge tool to smudge this out and create some streaks. So let's switch to the smudge tool. There we go, and the settings I want for this are a size of 1, a hardness of around 50%, and also I don't need that much strength, so strength of around 50%. And then I'm going to take this and start by smudging downwards. Okay, and we don't seem to be smudging a lot here. Let me just find out why. That should be smudging much more. We should increase the size of this brush, probably a little low there at 1 pixel. Let's try 15, and there we get a nice smudge, but it's too much. So let's try a strength of maybe 25%, and now we can create some smudges. So basically you want to come out here and just go radially downwards to create a sort of starburst pattern. And you're going to want to just keep working at this until you get a nice smudged starburst. So as you can see, I'm just doing the bottom half of the eye here, and I'm doing it fairly quickly. You might want to take a bit more time. I'm also using a tablet to do this, but you can do it with a mouse. It's not a problem. Just come in and get that nice and smudged out in this kind of starbursty way. And this is just one of those things, with painting in real life, with painting in Photoshop. It can just be a case of it can take some time. You might need to come back to it, but just get something you're happy with. For now, this will be about right. I might actually hit Control T to resize this layer somewhat and get my highlight a bit bigger there. Okay, so that should do it. We can come back and adjust the size of this later on, of course. And I'm really not happy with the smudging up here, so it's just a bit more smudginess. And again, I'm not going to spend too long on this. I mean, it's not so interesting to watch somebody sit there and paint. I'm going to change the layer mode though to overlay, probably. Let's have a look. Overlay, where have you got to? There we go. And that's a bit dark. So let's see if I can get one I like. Screen is fine. We'll come back to it and look at it in a minute. Right now, let's just put a pupil in so we can get a look at what that's like. Let's just come here, and we want to go black, but again not 100% black, just slightly off. And let's get a brush for pupil size. So we know we want our pupil to be around maybe 100. No, that's going to be a bit small, maybe 200. Okay, that might be a bit large, depending on how much color you want in your eye. We want quite a large pupil for this character though, so we'll go with a fairly hard brush. Let's just try that. And let's see, we're on the smudge tool. My apologies. So there we go. Now we should just be able to drop a pupil in there. Okay, that gives us a pupil. And now we need to do some lines around the eye. Now we'll blur in this pupil a bit as well. So filter, blur, Gaussian blur again. And that will just blur in the pupil. Maybe a little bit less blur than we used on the main one. There we go. Okay, so this has given us a basis for our eye that's shaping up quite nicely, and because these are on separate layers, you can obviously move them to get them into the correct position. If you've been a bit like me and been a bit inaccurate with a paintbrush, when you dotted a pupil in, you can just always pick it up and move it. And now we need to create some sort of tonal definition within this eye. So to do that, I'm going to use a paintbrush with a size of 1 and a hardness of around 50%. Actually, it doesn't really matter with the hardness and the size, but the opacity, that's important. So let's get the opacity about 46%. And now I'm just going to add a new layer and draw a series of radiating strokes outwards. So this is probably easier if I just draw them. So I'm going to start here, and that's black. We want white. This is going to create the definition around the colored part of the eye. So I'm just going to draw these lines in. And I want these to go all the way around the eye, so I'm going to draw in markers here, here and here. So I want them to radiate. And again, you know, I'm being a bit sloppy here, so you might want to take some more time, but it seriously is just a series of these wavy lines coming outwards. And there are a variety of techniques for doing this, but I quite like this one. It's nice and simple, and it does produce a good result. It produces a better result if you take more time and effort getting this nicely lined up, but I don't want to bore you all to tears, so I'm just going to do this pretty quickly. Okay, here we go, almost done, and we're going to have to draw more of these lines, unfortunately, but as I said, it's one of those things when you're painting, sometimes it just takes a bit of time. And this technique would allow us to get eyeballs that are you know, more cat-shaped or more funky alien shaped. They don't have to be round. You can do them any shape you want. So we've got the first set of radiating lines out here. Now for the second set of lines, and this is terrible here, let's just change that a bit. For the second set of lines, we're just, whoops, we're just going to go like so and draw around in a sort of wavy line circular pattern. And again, off camera I would be much more accurate about this with the spacing and everything, but for on camera this should be definitely good enough to demonstrate the technique, I hope. So just some lines around there, and a final set of lines we'll want to do some kind of loop-de-loops. Again, all this is easier with a tablet, but you know, I've done this with a mouse many times. It's not so bad. And as you can see, I'm being quite messy about the placement, which again would take more time and effort on this for the final thing. But this is the basic technique. Now we're going to need to blur this out so it looks much more like an eyeball. Okay, so make sure we have the right layer selected, which of course we would, and let's go to Filter, Blur, and let's do a radial blur on Zoom method, and amount, let's try 8 to start with. Okay, so that's kind of blurred us out a little bit, but I think we should probably use a little bit more blur on that. So let's just go back to the blur, blur, let's see, radial blur, and again it can be a bit of a trial and error situation. Let's zoom, let's put the quality on best, and let's put the amount at, say, almost double that, and let's click OK. Alright, that's given us a much better look, but it's still not perfect, so let's duplicate this layer here. And that's kind of highlighted it a bit, and then let's just blur this layer. Here we go, so let's just do a Gaussian blur this time and blur it a bit less. Okay, and I'll turn the opacity of that down just a little bit. Okay, so we need some definition around this eyeball, and there's a few tweaks to do, but what's missing from this really is the specular highlights in the center of the eye here and along the edge. Now for us this isn't a problem because those specular highlights will be generated by our 3D program, so when we have the shiny outer eye exterior on there we'll be able to do that. And also this is not really big enough, now I see it all together, but the nice thing about having this all on layers is we can now just make it a bit bigger. Okay, so, and also if you wanted this, say, cat shaped, you can come in and get it, you know, whatever shape you want it, which is one of the benefits of doing it yourself rather than, you know, borrowing somebody's texture off the internet. So let me just don't apply that. Now I've reshaped it, and let's just try this again, just making this a little bit larger. Okay, there we go. Now let's put some definition around here, so the color of the eye is sort of much more defined from the background. So we'll select our main color here, which is here, and we'll just add maybe a inner shadow to it. So let's have a look. Inner shadow, there we go, and that puts the defining strokes around there. Now let's see if we can adjust this a bit. So let's give it a size, maybe size variant. There we go. The distance, and let's see, opacity up a little bit maybe. Okay, let's actually put the distance down to 0, and let's put the size up. There we go. Because we don't, if we have the distance, we'll get this sort of shadowing up here and not down here. We want a overall blending. Okay, and then it's just a case to fiddle with the size to get something you're happy with. And I'm kind of happy around there. Okay, there we go. So that will be the eyeball that we actually use for our character. Now from here, if you wanted to change the color of the eye, if you wanted to make it more human or blue or green or red, you can do this. If you go to Control and U while you're on the layer for color, you can actually hit colorize and use the hue slider to change the color of the eye. Now obviously you would need to do the same hue for the highlight. So let's say we wanted a green style of eye. I can come in here and go OK. Then I can come up to the highlight, Control U, same thing, and I'll just make sure that this is a green highlight. So around the same place, around 170 I think we were. And now I have a green eye. Obviously I can change the lightness of this, and the same with this. So if I just wanted to lighten it up a bit and deepen its saturation, there we get a nice light green eye. So really once you've got this base, and you might want to spend a few more minutes doing the lines, because the better you make those lines, the more accurate and the more of them you have, you can get a much better effect than we have here. But for a basic eye painting, I'm actually quite happy with this one. This will work just fine for our character. So I'm going to now design some lizard skin, and as we're going to do sort of a cartoon lizard, I'm just going to make my own texture. Now this one will be 4K, so 4096 by 4096, and as we're painting it itself, we might as well have a big texture. Now I need a cartoon lizard skin. The color, to be brutally honest, is not terribly important at the moment, because we'll be able to hue shift this whenever we want to. So get a color that you're kind of happy with. Now I might do mine in a blue, and then we're going to go up to filters, and we're just going to come to texture. So let's find let's say oil paint, and this should open up the texturizer. It doesn't. Filter gallery, there you go. And we'll go for a stained glass. So at the moment I've got this, which is kind of nice. It's alright, but it's not perfect. This is not really going to work. So let's change the base color of our image. So that will be the base color, and then we'll have a lighter color to define in between. In fact, let's start out with the lighter base color. It will be easier to hue shift later on. So a less saturated base color. Okay, and then filter. Texturizer, where are you? Filter gallery. And what we've got here is some stained glass, as you can see. Let me just zoom this out so you can see it. Okay, and that's going to be like this. I'm going to change the cell size, so I might have them bigger. This is obviously taking a while to calculate because of the 4K imageness. So let's come up, get that a bit bigger, maybe even a bit bigger. And the light intensity I might turn down a bit. Actually, I might have to turn that up a bit. And I'm going to make the borders slightly thicker, so we end up with something that looks a little bit like this. Okay, and now I'm going to hit OK, and this will be the texture for my lizard skin. So I'm going to actually cut it out in the middle. I don't need all this blue surround. I'm just going to crop that down, and that will be the texture that I use to paint the cartoon lizard skin. Now I'm not going to blur this as well, so let's do a filter blur, Gaussian blur, and because I don't want this particularly sharp. And that will be the texture, or at least the basis of the texture that we use to paint our lizard skin. Now, you might change the color and tweak it a little bit, and depending on what color you want your final lizard to be, you might change this in Photoshop. In fact, I'll load in one I made earlier, as they say, and you can just see the difference. So here is the one I just made, and here is the one I actually used to paint the final thing. So they're pretty similar. This one is a little lighter and this one is a little darker, but really your mileage may vary on the size you want, because these will eventually become lizard skin scales. So you might want a different size. Because it's a 4K image, though, we've got a fairly decent level of zoom. This image is now at 100%, so we're actually quite a big image. And as I say, here's the one I originally created, which probably has a little bit less blur on it now I look at it. So again, you can use this to create any sort of size lizard scales, lizard skin that you want. So now we have an eye, and we have the basis for our skin texture. So that's it for this part. I hope you found something that's useful to you in here. And in the next part, we're going to go into Mari and start actually painting this beastie up. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll hopefully see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So between the parts, I've just made the whites of my eye a little bigger, which I've just done in Photoshop by using the Control-T, the transform tool, and they used to be this big for the white of the eye, and all I've done is scaled that up a little bit just to give myself a little bit of extra leeway when I come to do the texture for the eyes. So that's the only change I've made. And I've just popped open Mari. So if you go to the Projects tab, you may have some already open projects. I've got none on this machine, so I'm going to create one. Before we start doing anything in Mari, we're going to actually need to create a project folder. So just go up to File, New. So we'll just call ours Burt. And if we look under here, you've got geometry. Now this will be the geometry that we're going to paint. So in our case, this will be our Burt for Mari object. So I'm going to put that in there. The mesh options for this remain at default. We're going to be using a UV. We don't need selection sets, so we'll just create those in Mari's default way, and we don't have multiple geometry, so this is not relevant. The important thing for us here is what sort of maps we're going to create. So we're going to want a color map, and these will act like a bit like Photoshop channels, so you can always add them later. So to start with, I'm just going to do one 4K color map in the 8-bit color depth. So I'm going to select OK to that, and Mari will now open our project with our dinosaur here in a 3D view. So you start off on the orthographic view, and the controls are very similar to Maya. So it's Alt and left mouse to sort of pan around. It's hold middle mouse to move, and it's hold right mouse button to zoom in and out. Just Windows Update there, sorry about that. So really it takes a bit of a getting used to navigation in Mari. It's fairly similar to Maya, but it works in a slightly different way how the character actually moves around. You'll also probably be seeing a grid on yours. I think I turned mine off some time ago. So if you go up to View, you've got all the different layouts here for Mari, and if we go under Display Properties, you'll see here that I've got my grid turned off. So that's what you're probably seeing. Now I prefer to work in this instance with the grid off, so I'm just going to tick that to invisible. Okay, and before we get started with actually painting this, I just want to go through some basic principles of Mari. So brushes, basically, you have the same as you have in Photoshop. So I can just start painting on this guy here. Color picker is fairly similar to the way Photoshop works. We can just pick colors and start painting away. If you want to change your brush, you can do it through the brush editor. So they have some presets for kind of different brushes, organic, sponges and things. So if I come round here, you'll notice that this paint now moves along with the character. By default, this is not the default behavior. So if I clear the paint buffer, which is this paint we've got stuck here, by pressing Control Shift and C, and I'll put this back to the default behavior, which is auto bake, and clear. And this is projection in Mari. Mari is a projection painter. So basically when we paint something on here, this time with an organic brush, when it's on auto bake and clear, as soon as we move the camera, you'll notice I've got a little delay there. That bakes that down into the actual mesh. So I can come in, paint a bit, and as soon as I move, that will bake the color onto the actual mesh, or in our case, onto the UV map. So if I wanted to paint a bit of a pink stomach area here, I just bake that down by pushing B, and we're good to go. Now that's the default behavior. I don't like it for one simple reason. It takes away some flexibility. If I was going to come in here and paint this eye, so I got my eye painted like this, and then I want to kind of take a look at this from a different angle, or maybe I've decided that I want to move it slightly. Well, at the moment, if I move the view, that's just going to be baked straight on there. So if I undo that and set the behavior under projection to clear only, now I can draw away in here. It's not a problem, so we just draw there. And if I decide I want to move this, I can just kind of move the camera around, and you'll see that the paint goes with it. So once I've got that into a position that I like, I press B to bake it, and that then bakes it down. So having this not automatically bake all the time allows a degree of flexibility. So for instance, now I could move this down, get it into a more appropriate position, hit B to bake, and there we go. Now brushes in Mari work a very similar way to brushes in Photoshop. So you can change the opacity, the radius of the brush, the size of the brush. You can change the rotation on the brush. For instance, normal Mari brushes, press R and then left mouse button, drag forward and back to change the size of the brush. If you press W, you can rotate the brush around to get it into a different position, and you can continuously do that to build up brush patterns within your workflow. So you've also got opacity, which hold O, and you will be able to scale the opacity back so we get much less. There we go. You can also change all this up here, similar to Photoshop. So if you want to go back to an opacity of 1, you can just click it up there. Then you've got things like flow rate, again a bit similar to the airbrush in Photoshop really. Nothing you really shouldn't have come across. And once you've done with your painting, just B to bake it down. So projection in Mari is extremely important. If we look at the projection behavior itself, it's on clear only now. This is the bake behavior, so that means we have to, every time we paint, we'll need to manually push B, because if we don't, the paint will simply move and end up maybe not what we want it. So once you paint, press B to bake that down. Now on the projection behavior at the moment, let me change color here so we can see what's what, and I'll change to this blue color at the moment, and I'll change it to brushes. Now you can do it under the brush editor, or you can just hold K, which will bring up this quick panel, a bit like the hotbox in Maya. So I'll just select a hard brush and I'll change the radius of that a bit. And if I draw, let's say, blue on here, just around the eyes, there we go, and push B to bake. That's baked on, and as you can see, it's only on the side I painted it. But sometimes you're going to want that to go through. So if we look at the projection behavior, we can change that to through, and this time, let's do this with a different color once again. Let's take it green, and this time when I paint this green here, okay, bake it out with B. When I flick round, you'll see it's gone right through the mesh. So just a couple of basic concepts really in the projection. You can either go on the front of something, which will just paint on the front of it, or you can go through it, which will go all the way through it. Okay, so it's a really simple precept. You either paint on the front or paint through, but it takes a bit of getting used to, because you'll find sometimes you're in here painting away at the front of the character, and then you'll spin it around and you've accidentally painted the back as well. So it's definitely something to be aware of. The other thing is that you want this behavior set to clear only. Now you can leave it on manual, which would be basically, in order to bake this out, I'm going to press B. But even though I've baked it out, you'll see it's still there. So if I press B again, I'll bake it there, B again, there. And this can be a useful behavior for certain things. And then when you want to clear the thing you've painted, you press Control, Shift and C to clear the paint buffer. Now generally speaking, when I'm painting away, I want the projection on front and the bake and clear to clear only. But again, it comes down to choice. Right, another concept in Mari that you're going to have to be aware of is masking. You will be doing a lot of masking in Mari. If I can show you this, if I come out here and let's say I want to paint the flat objects on the front of the dinosaur, but I don't want to catch any of the side, a glancing blow, because right now what happens if I do this and bake that out is you'll get this, you see I've missed a bit there, it's got a big hole in it, and what I really wanted to do was just paint the front, not the side as well. So to clear the paint buffer, and I'm going to just reset this guy to default, which I can do by going into the UV view, selecting a patch. There's the UVs. You can see what we've painted on them now. Now if I want to select a whole patch, I can hold P and S to select, and select all three patches, and then I can go to patches, let's see, fill, and let's fill those all with a grey colour. So just clear that paint buffer that was still there, B to bake that colour out, go back to the orthographic view, and you can see that I've filled that all with a grey colour. Also in Mari we can go ortho and UV, so orthographic and UV, and let's say I just wanted to paint the skin, because if you're coming up here to do some manual painting around, let's say the eye, it's quite difficult to get just the outside without getting the inside too. So a much easier way if we could isolate just the skin area of this character, which we can do by holding S, selecting just the patch we made for the skin, and then coming up here and going visibility, hide unselected, and that will just show me the skin. So now if I wanted to come in and paint around the eye, it's a much easier proposition. Then I don't get anything on the eyeball. If I bake that out now and bring everything back, so show all, you can see that I've got a perfect edge painted in, and I haven't managed to get any of that on the eyeball at all. So in Mari you can use these patches as a really quick selection method. We can show and hide different bits of geometry. You know, if I wanted to just show the horns, I have them all in this patch, so S, select them, and then we can go in and hide unselected, and that will just show me the horns, basically the toenails and the fingernails, and this is going to make that a lot easier to paint without sloshing extra color on the body. And you know, we have this guy in here, which is the inside of the mouth, and I'll show you later on how to hide individual UV shells, but for right now we'll just stick with patches. So let's go and show everything. Okay, and if you want to get the selection off because you don't like the green highlighting, which drives me nuts, so just a really OCD thing in my case, but you know, I don't really like this highlight. Just press S to select a patch and then select no patch, and you'll be back to everything. Okay, so really now this will make our job a lot easier. When we're painting the skin, we'll be able to paint the skin. When we're painting the horn and bone, we'll be able to show this patch, and when we're painting the eyes, we can just show this patch, which also has the gums on it. Alright, but before we get started with painting anything, we really need to look at, first off, just a quick buzz through of edge masking. Now we've got this back to all one color, I'll be able to show you a bit better. So if I just want to paint, say, the front of this or the side, but I don't want the paint to splosh over into any angular details. So if I wanted to come and say paint this without the paint being able to splosh over on this right angled surface, I'd use an edge mask. So I'm going to come up and I'm going to go to edge mask here, which is under projection, and I'm going to flick on the edge mask, and you'll see that certain parts of this mesh go red. So if I turn that up to maximum, let's turn this up too. So this is just the start of the mask fall off and the end of the mask fall off. If you're not seeing the mask, you have to make sure your mask preview is enabled. Now regardless of whether the preview is enabled, the mask will still work, but just while we're testing this out, we'll put this in. So you can see here, the red is where I'm not going to be able to paint. So right now, before, when I tried to paint out this front part, I got paint all over here. Let's see what happens now. So I'm coming in, I'm painting away. Basically, I'm just painting the front. And I'm going to hit B to bake that out. I'm going to turn the preview off. and you can see that that masks the edges here of our character. So edge masking in Maya is very important, especially when you're painting a file texture. So something like a skin or an eyeball, you really don't want that to become stretched out as Maya tries to wrap it round the edge of the character. So we'll look at that in further detail, and you do have other masks. You have channel masks, depth masks, and basically what you would expect to find. But the main concepts here are basically the bake behavior, the projection, and the masking. All of these we're going to use together to create our texture. But for right now, before we can even start any of that, we need to get a shader on this guy, because at the moment he's got the kind of the default shader on. So if you go under shaders here, we're going to add a new one, and I'm just going to add a blin, same as kind of Maya blin, and you'll see that lightens up considerably. And then I've got all the channels here to plug bump maps, normal maps, environment, colors, ambient, occlusion, and whatnot in. And here I can change the specular highlights on the character, just to give me a better idea of what it's going to look like when I get it into Maya. Now I can change the amount of ambient occlusion on the character, but you'll see that will do absolutely nothing, because we haven't generated any ambient occlusion for this mesh. So before we go any further, I'm just going to dot back into the UV view. I'm going to select all these patches and fill them once again. So just patches fill grey, just so I don't have any of that. Then I'm going to press S, select outside the patches to unselect them all. Go back to the ortho view. In fact, I need to bake that grey fill. Go back to the ortho view. And let's generate some ambient occlusion. So if you go up to Objects, Ambient Occlusion, Mari will generate the ambient occlusion for us. And this can take a minute or two. And there we go, that generated the ambient occlusion. So now if I use the ambient occlusion slider, I can get more or less ambient occlusion. Now the nice thing about Mari, if you look down at its masks, there is an actual ambient occlusion mask, so we'll be able to mask out this occlusion and paint around it, which means we'll actually be able to paint the ambient occlusion directly on top of the model. If I enable this mask now, so let's turn off the edge mask. Now we just have the ambient occlusion mask. So anywhere that I draw at the moment is going to be lighter. So if I take a white color or a very light grey, and I can actually do this directly on the UV view, it's probably easier. So you can see on the UV view what's occluded here, and this is kind of the tongue, I think, which is inside the mouth, so you would expect it to be very occluded. If I just take a big paintbrush now and come across this like so, we have the mask on, so it won't let me paint into the occlusion. I'm going to hit B to bake that out, and if we go to our orthographic view and turn this off, you'll see that when I flat shade this little guy up here, we've got lighting. In fact, we'll leave him the same, we'll just turn the ambient occlusion off. So you'll see there that I've got some occlusion actually physically painted onto the model. If we look at the UV, you can see I've managed to physically paint a ambient occlusion on here. Now of course we could make that, whoops, that's perspective view, ortho, we could make that far more dramatic, you know, depending on the masking, and I could obviously put some ambient occlusion back on the shader, turn on the ambient occlusion mask, so make sure that's on, then I can turn on the mask preview, and I can just flick this around. So let's invert this. So this is now only going to let me paint the darker spaces, but I can kind of tone this down a bit. I can start to tweak where the ambient occlusion is going to go. So I find this more easy to do when it's not inverted. So let's have a look here. Okay, that will give us more occlusion, and you can tell by the mask that we're getting more occlusion here. Okay, and if we look at the head, it's probably an easy place to look at, but as you can see I can get more or less occlusion. So let's have more, and let's come in here and mask the areas of occlusion quite nicely. Now I can invert, so let's get a kind of very dark grey colour here. And once again we can paint on the UV, so let's just take this dark colour and paint that out. Because I've got an inverted map, first I painted it a bit lighter, which of course would be the areas of no occlusion. Now I'm working with just the areas of occlusion. So I'm going to bake this in. I am going to turn off the occlusion mask. You can see here on the UV that we've obviously got some much darker occlusion now. I'm going to turn off the mask preview and I'm going to go back to the ortho view. I am going to turn off the ambient occlusion altogether within Mari, and that's what we've actually painted. So Mari makes it very easy to just quickly, get some shadowing on your model within your texture. I mean, this is already looking a lot better, and if I flat shade it up here, you can see what it looks like with no lighting effects within Mari. So you can definitely see that all this occlusion around here and here is being generated by our texture and what we've painted, not by some trick of 3D lighting. This is completely flat shaded. So let's bung on the lighting on the full mesh and we get something that looks like this. So within Mari, masks very important, whether they be edge masking, ambient occlusion masking, and projection also quite important. Now again, in a traditional painting workflow, brushes, obviously which ones you pick. If you press K, you can get to the quick selection, or you've got the brush editor here. You can also tweak the shader. You don't have to use a blin. You can use, there's quite a few in Mari, but for our intents and purposes, a blin will be just fine. Now the other thing you'll find yourself doing in Mari quite a lot is painting through an image. So if I go to my image manager and I'm just going to open the images we saved from Photoshop, so our skin and also our eyeball, which I've got here. So I'm going to eye and skin. I'll just select them both with shift and open, and you'll see they come over here to the image manager. Now if I want to use one of these in Mari, I'm going to use the paint through tool, which is here just under the eraser, and then I'm going to take the thing that I want to paint with, I'm going to drag it and drop it out there on the viewport. Now there's a couple of ways I can do this. If you look here, you've got the tool help. So if we want to say scale the image, it's Control Shift and drag it along like so. Now I can do this in this view. I can get this lined up with the eye and make sure the pupil is in the right place. Let's have a look. So around about there. The difficulty is, at the moment, if I was to paint, I'm going to end up painting all over the place. It's not such a great thing. I mean, I get the eye in there as well, but I also get all this white stuff around here where it's not supposed to go. So clear the paint buffer. Now, as we did before, we can go and hide everything but what we're painting on. So in this case, we're going to be painting on this patch. So let's just S for select the patch, and back into the orthographic view, and then just go visibility, hide unselected, and that just gives me the eye to work with. That's going to be a lot easier. So now I can Control Shift and scale this up to the size of the eyeball and just kind of paint that in. So I can probably use a bigger brush. There we go, much easier. And that's painted in the eyeball. So that's B to bake that out. And I'm going to press P to go back to the paint tool, so it gets rid of the image there. And you can see here I've got the problem where I didn't get that quite central. So the pupil is not quite in the middle, but let's just visibility, show all, and there you go. I've got the eye kind of in place, but as you could see, for sort of really precise placement, that was a bit tricky. And as we've got the eye laid out flat, I can cheat. I can basically paint it directly on the UV. So once again, pull in your image, make sure you're on the paint through tool. Let's scale this up now in the UV view, which is a bit easier for us to do. Oops, scale that image to the right size, and let's see, there we go. Okay, just want to make sure that I get this right the first time. There we go, and now I can paint through, and it's much easier for me to get that in the center of the eyeball in the UV view. I mean, you can do it in the 3D view, it's perfectly acceptable, but sometimes it's easier to paint on the actual UV. So let's take a look at the ortho view, P to go to the paint tool, and now I've got that eye painted in there, lovely jubbly, pupil is in the middle. Now I need to come in and paint this black, which I could do again by going here using a paintbrush, and let's make sure we're on the paintbrush tool, and you'll notice I can't paint on it. It's because I have this UV patch selected. So let's clear the paint buffer, Let's nip into the UV and let's just unselect anything. So S, click here, and now I should be able to go down and just paint this in a bit black. There we go, or at least I would if I was painting in black. And now I can come in and paint this inside of the eye here black as well. So really just want to come in here and make sure we're painting black. I think on our file texture, our texture wasn't quite black at the outside here. So you can, in Mari, just come in and paint here. Just make sure the back is black and just really paint that pupil out. Now, as I happen to know that we have a nice flat UV for that, and if we look over here, this is the inside of the eye. So if I just paint this black and B to bake and go back to the ortho, you'll see the whole thing's been painted black. So sometimes, you know, especially when you're tweaking, so if I wanted to come up and paint some shadows on the inner eye, this is a lot easier on the actual mesh, and sometimes it's easier to simply paint the UV map. It completely depends on what you're going to try and do. The problem with painting a UV map is, for our UV, there is a seam between this arm and this body. So if we paint the UV, we're going to get a texture seam. If we paint just in Mari, as I will now demonstrate, so I've just painted across that arm and body there, and there's a texture seam there, we know there is. So if we look at the UV, let's have a look at this. There's the black we painted on the arm, and there's the black we painted on the body. Now that's completely seamless. Mari has calculated where it needs to jump the seams, which obviously if we'd have painted a pattern on here, the pattern would not match. However, if we paint the pattern in the 3D view, the pattern's going to match. So it depends completely on what you're going to do. So during the course of the next, probably an hour it will take us to paint this thing. During the course of the next hour or so, we're going to look at different techniques in Mari to do different things. We'll look at some masking, some gradient blends, some different paint brushes and stuff like this to get a cool looking cartoon dinosaur. So I hope that's got you somewhat familiar with Mari. Have a play with it, and I'll be back in the next part when we'll start really painting this thing, so we'll get some skin textures in and stuff. So I hope you found this useful, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So as you can see, I've reset this guy to a default grey. He still has his shader on him, so this blend material, and he still has the ambient occlusion. So for now, let's just crank the ambient occlusion back to 1. And that will give us that. So at the moment this is just solid grey. If we flat shade, you'll see here that there's nothing painted on this at all, and to get him back to a solid grey, I of course just selected all the UV patches with S and then went up to patches, fill and grey. So now we can really start to work on this little guy, and the first thing I want to do is give him a base layer of skin. Now Mari uses a layers system much like Photoshop, so if you click layers, you see here we've got a base layer, which I'm going to turn this to base skin. We'll end up with probably quite a few layers in Mari, so it's better to be organized from the start. And on this layer is going to go the base skin texture we painted. So we'll use the paint through. So let's go to the paint through tool. Let's go to the UV and let's just select the skin. So S, select this patch, and then we can go up to the ortho and just there we go, visibility, and let's see, hide unselected. Now this way I'm not going to be painting over the nails, over the eyes and whatnot when I do this. So let's go to our image manager, and there's the two textures we loaded in. So I'm just going to drag this one front and center, then I'm going to rescale it, probably so it's about that big. I want fairly small sort of patches. Now one thing I can do, because what's going to happen is I'm going to move this image about, and obviously if I paint the scales this size, so let's bake those out, and then move this little guy around and then paint some extra scales, I'm going to end up with lots of different sizes. So we need to lock this image to a certain scale, and for me that scale is, let me just paint some thing here. Okay, that looks like these would be big enough, or the right size in our case. That's kind of the size that I want my lizard skin scales. So I'm going to lock this image size up here. Now if you look up through here, you can see the paint through tool, the mode is normal, and if we drop out this little box here, you'll see I've got a scale lock. So I'm going to go scale lock and pan lock, and this way when I scale out, the image will also scale with me. So it keeps that in proportion, so I'll get the same size scale. Now let's go down and check projection and make sure we're only projecting on the front. We don't want to project all the way through, we just want one side at once. Let's make sure we don't have any image masks enabled by turning on the mask preview. Okay, nothing went red, so this is going to cause us some problems. So let's do some painting. Let's bake, and let's look round, and you see we've got this horrendous stretching. This we don't want, and this because we have no edge masking. So let's just press P to go to the paintbrush just to get rid of that image. Let's get our little dude about where we want him, and let's do some edge masking. So let's turn edge masking on and edge masking preview, and that's probably maybe a little bit harsh. So we'll come down to here and we'll see what we get with this. We'll go back to the paint through tool, and now I'm going to start painting in here, and then I'll just move this down here. Okay, I've actually got the let's see, yeah, we don't want the pan lock, we just want the scale lock. We still want to be able to move the image. There we go. Let's paint some more in here. Okay, and let's get a bit of a blending, so there, and then just bring it out to the back. And of course I need to bake this down when I'm finished. Excuse me, let me just paint out B to bake, and let's paint out some more. Let's get some of the tail here and B to bake, and I'm actually going to turn the mask preview off. It'll still be working, but we'll be able to see what we're doing a little easier. Let's put this at the back of the tail around here. Let's just paint that out, and we can come back and concentrate on blending these together a bit later, but for right now I'm just going to put this so the main white highlight is on the leg there, and I'm just going to paint around like so, and B to bake. And there's kind of one side of this that has these scales on. Let's come back here on this tail and just blend that in a bit. There we go. And if I flip this round, this stretching is left over from before, so it's not really something to be too concerned about, because we're going to paint over that. There we go. And I'm just pressing B every time before I move. So let's just come in and get it from this angle. B. And the reason we're doing this instead of just painting straight on the UV is this way we won't have any seams on the skin at all. So, and this is just the first pass, you know, we're just getting a rough base on here for now, and it looks like I've overshot that a little bit. There we go. And we're going to have to do front and back as well, and we're going to have to take him from the top. Let's get that. I didn't really like that, so let's clear it. Control Shift, and let's repaint that out a bit like so. There we go. Better. Okay, that looks about right. So we got the front, we got the sides, we need the back now. You can actually go to the camera and go view through camera left, camera right, top, bottom, rear and whatnot, the same way in Maya, but this is just as easy. I don't need to be spot on, massively accurate with this, fortunately. Okay, so that's got the front, back, left and right. Now we need the top and the bottom. And again, we've got some blending issues here between these two pieces, so I can just come in and I might repaint that out again. There we go. That should do him. And about the front, so let's get him from the top. And this could be a bit tricky. There we go. We're going to want the top of the head there. And as I said, this is just really like a base coat for us, like an undercoat. So it's not important to be massively accurate, realistically. Let's get those underarms there. And if you want, you can turn shadowing off. So if you come up here and let's turn the lighting on to basic, and that will turn the shadows off, or we could go flat shade completely, and then it makes it a bit easier to see what we're missing. Whoops, let's get that so it's lined up. There you go, bake that. And here, little hand, and let's make this a little brighter too. So there, whoops. Just a second, I have activated the normal view. Let's just turn that off. There we go. And I've got the, sorry, not the normal view, I've got the tool set to Vector Inspector, which I really don't need, so I'm going to go back to the Paint Through tool. There we go. I'm going to have to redrop this. And there we go. Get the right tool, it does help. And underneath here I'm going to have to do a little bit of work on the chin, so let's just change the radius of this brush and just paint in here under the chin. Get that little bit under the arm, and let's see what else we're missing. We got 90% of it, just about. Let's come in, let's just do a bit of painting here. Okay, and this is, you know, when you paint anything it takes some time. It doesn't matter if this gets a bit mixed up under here. You can always come in and do a blending later on. I'll just blend these areas in together. And let's go under here and get this arm. And you know, I'm really not liking the front of this stomach at the moment, so let's get the whitest portion of the image and radiate it outwards just a little bit. There we go. Any sort of major areas I want to pay a bit more attention to. So the front of the head is looking pretty decent, and we're still missing some texture from these feet, but these feet are actually quite difficult to do on this view. So let's pump into the UV, and this would be the underneath of the feet, I think. So Control Shift, and let's see if we can resize this. Now I cannot, because it's locked to scale, so I'm going to have to unlock it. So up here, it drives me crazy, that thing. I'm going to take the scale lock off, and now I can just kind of size this down. And for this I'm just going to have to guesstimate. So let's just, hang on, I need to move this image, so that should shift. There we go. Right, so this is an area that won't be so visible, so it doesn't have to be spot on, but I'm just going to come in and paint this out here. Let's bake that out, and I'm missing a little bit. This will be the underneath of the arm probably, so let's just paint it out here and between the fingers there. Same with this one again. So we're doing a combination of paint on UV and also paint on mesh. Here is a little bit of touch up required. Whoops, and I've gone to the Vector Inspector tool again. For some bizarre reason I keep hitting that on the keyboard. My apologies, and let's just get any areas we might have missed from the main painting. Okay. Okay, so I'm not really seeing any grey on our skin now. A little bit here, which is actually not too bad. So that's going to be an area of occlusion, so I'm not too concerned about that. Now let's have a look in the ortho. Let's just make sure I've baked everything out and look in the ortho view. and flat shaded we have now skin painted on our character. You know, there is a bit of patchiness around, but we can fix that later. And to be honest with you, once all the shadowing, blending, ambient occlusion and whatnot goes in, you're not really going to notice that so much. I mean, you can fix it if you want. For instance, we could go now and go to the UV again, and where we have the main body here, in fact let's just go to the UV view, where we have the main body, I can actually, without touching the sides, now it's important not to touch the sides or around the arms because we don't want to undo the work that Mari's done in keeping the seams to a minimum. Okay, so I think these scales have turned out a little bit too small up here, so I'm going to just make this image bigger, Control Shift and drag the mouse just to make it a bit bigger, just to keep them in keeping, a bit more in keeping. Now if I was using a tablet right now, this would be much easier because I'd have the pressure control to control the opacity on this, which I don't at the moment with the mouse, which is a tad annoying, but right, I can just paint that out just so the main coverage area looking a little bit better. Hit B to bake that down. Now I can also go through and feather these in a bit later, and we'll discuss various techniques for that, but right now I'm just looking for any areas that are just like nasty, and we seem to have gotten away with this fairly well. I might come in here and just put a white dot up on the top of the leg here, like so, and then I'll do that on the other leg. And this is where it's important to have done your own UVs, so you know where everything is, which helps quite a bit. And let's hit B there, and let's go back to our ortho view and have a look at what we look like. So we're looking pretty good. This flat unshaded view is never going to look very good, so let's just flick that back to here, to the full lighting mode, and we are looking pretty decent for a base coat. We've got a little issue here by the tail, so let's fix that. Now we can do that by dragging it directly onto here and just doing a little patch up, maybe a few smaller scales round the tail. So I'm going to get the smaller size brush. I'm just going to come in and paint just a little smaller around here, maybe around here, just give it some differential. You know, and I would normally maybe paint a smaller scale set around these holes too. And again, with the tablet this is much easier because you can just ease the pen pressure off slightly to get a better blending. But you know, it's not impossible with a mouse, just it is easier with a tablet. So I'm just coming up to where these holes are here and just giving them a little tickle round with a smaller scale. Just give us a bit of variation in there. And maybe this one too. Now to do this without a tablet, you're going to have to change the opacity on the brush up here. So I'm going to click this out again and use a lower opacity, so maybe 0.4, and that way I can kind of blend in a little bit more. Actually an opacity of 0.4 is no good. Let's have a look here. Let's just go back a few. Whoops, I'm going back the same way Photoshop does, which is obviously just Control Z on Mari. And let's see, paint through. Opacity, I can hold O and scale that back, and there we go. Now I've got a much lower opacity, which helps with the blending here a bit. And add a few details there, and I'll probably go round and put in some smaller scales on each of these sort of tail sections, just a bit of variation really in between the parts. I'm not going to make you watch me do this on every single scale here. But for right now, as a base coat, as a base colour, I'm quite happy with that. Let's bring back our rest of our model, hit P to go to paint, and let's go to the UV and let's hit S to select and click outside the patch, and then back to ortho, and let's just go to view all. Okay, so there we have a very basic skin tone that we've painted. It should be fairly seamless. If we look around the legs here, we've got a bit of seamage going on, a little bit, and around the arms, but nothing we can't paint out. A base coat at this stage is just to really get a base color on it and give us something to start working with. So quite happy with that as a base coat. Let's add some eyes, and again, same way we did before, I'm going to do the eyes in the UV view. It's just easier to get them lined up. So let's get this, and let's get that in the center of the pupil there. So let's just move this into the center of the pupil. There we go, and let's scale it till it's about the same size as the eye. It's a slightly bigger brush. I'm just going to paint around here, and in fact I'll still have the opacity, so let's get 100% opacity. Let's just put 1 for the opacity. There we go, and let's just paint around this guy like so. Okay, now I'm going to need to do the same for the other eye, so bake that down, shift to move the image, just get that one nice and centered too. There we go, and another eye is done. Whoops, I'm going to need a slightly smaller brush size, I think, to get the outside of this one. Let's just paint the middle in, and then R to do the radius of the brush. And that way I can just come in and not overlap those two. There we go. Okay, now we're looking pretty good. And there we go, that's both eyes painted in. Let's hit B. And of course, when we go to the perspective, we're going to have the same problem, that this inner part is not black, but as we've already dealt with that just easily enough for us to hit P for the paint tool and make sure we're on black paint, and then let's get the radius of this down a bit, and let's just color these inside parts in black. These are the inside of the eye pupils. B to bake down, and I hit N, which will swap my brush with one of the previous selections, but right now don't need that. Okay, so there's some basic eyes, the basic skin tone we're going to be using with some scales, and really he's looking pretty good. Quite happy with where we've gone so far. Now, so far there's no ambient occlusion actually painted on this thing, but we'll look at doing some shadowing and dirt a bit later. So when we come back, I'm going to show you how to use some different types of masks, because we've still got the edge mask turned on, even though you can't see the preview. So I'm going to get rid of the edge mask, and I'm going to start working with some actual masks to try and blend our dinosaur into various different colors and put a muzzle on him and things like that. So I thank you very much for watching this part. I hope you've learned something about basic painting in Mari, and how it differs slightly from that in Photoshop. And I will see you in the next part. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. In this part I want to look at getting a two-tone effect on this skin. So I want the skin on the belly to be a different colour, the skin underneath the tail to be a different colour, the skin on the bottom of the feet to be a different colour, and the muzzle to be a different colour. Now the way we're going to do this is we're going to use a hue shift within Mari, and because I don't want to shift the hue of the base colour, I'm just going to copy it, so Control C and Control V to get a copy, and I'm going to call this second tone. Okay, now if I hide the base layer, you're not going to see any difference, because obviously these are both identical layers at the moment, and the same thing if I change the opacity, you'll see no difference. Or the blending mode, you might see a difference in the blending mode depending on what I put it on. So, you know, but it's fairly Photoshopian and it's working. So if you've used Photoshop, this should be fairly second nature to you. Basically got an opacity control and a blending mode. So right now let's just change the hue of this so you can start to see some differences. So I'm going to add a adjustment stack. Now an adjustment stack is a bit like a adjustment layer in Photoshop. So if we use a hue, shift and value, you'll notice I've got a little icon that comes up here, and if I push that, this thing pops out. I'm going to pin it so it doesn't disappear when I take my mouse away, and I've got a hue, saturation and value here. So if I click it, I can then start to change the hue of the skin tone, and I'm going to get a color that I quite like. So this sort of reddish brownish color will be quite nice, I think. So I can leave that there. I can now add other things to this stack. So if we look here at adjustment layer, we could add, let's say, a levels to this, and then I could come in here and change this levels thing. Just make this a bit bigger overall. There we go. And now I can start to play around with the levels. Okay, so an adjustment stack is just basically a stack of many different adjustment layers. So really I don't need that, just for demonstration purposes, so I'm just going to hide it. And when I close this, you can get back to it any time by just clicking here. And once it's pinned, it will stay pinned. If you unpin it, it will disappear when you move your mouse. A behavior that I find personally quite annoying, so I normally pin this. But there we go. So now this second skin tone has actually got a hue, saturation and value and a levels connected to it. So if I hide it now, you'll see the blue underneath. No problem at all. So now this has gone red. Now what we need to do is get a gradient between these two colors. So this is going to be easier if I just go ahead and do it. So what we're going to do is a mask. So if I go here, I don't need a mask stack. I'll just use a layer mask. There we go. If I click on this, you can see a layer mask here. If I'm painting out black, then the bottom color is going to show through. Okay, just the same as masking normally works. So we need to mask off certain areas of this. Now I just press Ctrl Shift and C to get rid of the paint buffer, because I'm going to use a gradient. So there's one built in to Mari. It just acts the same way as the image paint through does, and we can get this to the correct size. Okay, so anywhere that's black is going to show through the base color. So for us, we want to do this. Let's see here. So this would be black, but we want a kind of straighter line, so we're going to have to change the out point to say 0.6, not 1.6, 0.6. Okay, and that makes that black, and I want this to be sharper, so I'm going to change it to 0.5 maybe. There we go, and that gives me a sharp contrast between the two. So I can start painting now. Let's just paint some of this on to the mask here. And where I paint, that blue will come through. Okay, so just painting all the way back here. And let's get a P for paintbrush. And you can see I've got a gradiated change between these two colors. So now I've got my base layer and I've got my muzzle and belly. Now this is a fairly inaccurate one. I'll probably spend a bit more time on it. So let's come here and let's just clear the paint buffer. And then I'm going to change the size of this image so it comes down. Let's zoom out a bit. There we go. And this is sort of infinite size. So I'm going to press 0 to... Okay, this is just playing silly buggers now. Ah, there we go. Alright, there we go. Just, it's a pain in the backside. It really is. There, done. Now I can get this a bit more accurate as to where I want it. And I'm also going to set my brush under projection to through. That way it will go all the way through both sides. So this is all going to be white. There we go, and there. Let's just come around here and paint through that. Now I'm going to bake that out onto the mask, and there we go. That's given me the two-tone that I wanted, really. And let's go down and get the two-tone effect on the body. So I want the two-tone effect on the body to come to about here. And this is going to be painting through, so the other side will be done at the same time. Okay, let's just bake that out and have a look at what we've got. Alright, so that's looking pretty good. That leaves just the belly sort of open for us. Might be that it's a little bit too far forward. Let's go this way a bit, maybe here. Let's brush that out a bit more. Let's have a look at that now. No, it's still too far forward. And that should do it. Let's have a look. Okay, I'm kind of liking the look of that. That's sort of a nice two-tone effect we've got going on there to start with. Now let's take care of this tail. Whoops, we forgot to bake that one out, so I'm going to clear the paint buffer. Okay, let's just come in here and paint that again and press B to bake that down before we do anything like rotate. Okay, now I can come in here and I'm going to need to rotate this image, so let's press Control. I'll be able to rotate it like so, and let's get it affixed along the tail. So somewhat like so. Going to need to put some adjustment on this bad boy. There we go. And that mask is actually the wrong way around. Okay, so let's make sure we're like so, and let's just paint through. And that way we should get the blue on the top and the brownish reddish colour on the bottom. We're going to need to be a bit careful around the leg there. Okay, let's bake that out, see what that looks like. Okay, so we're almost, but I'm really not liking the tail. I think I'll adjust that a bit. Let's come down here. Just want the bottom of the tail really. And I can touch up by hand the areas that might have been missed. So bake that out, and P for paintbrush so we can have a look, and that's looking a mighty bit better. Right, now these areas here, obviously I'm going to paint these a solid black just to mask them out. And again, a tablet would come in handy here now for the pressure control along the brush. Just get those little bits there, and let's paint out back here. Okay. And here, that's a bit nasty, this piece, there we go. And again, that'll do it for now. Now you see what's happened. Because I left my projection mode on through, I've got all sorts of nastiness that's gone on here, so I need to undo all the painting that I've just done. Right, okay, let's make sure we've got nothing coming through the front here. We have not. Okay, and that's why it's important to keep an eye on your projection mode. So let's change the radius of this brush, just slightly bigger. I think it's a bit quicker, and around the bottom here. Bake that out, do the same here. Okay, that's going to need some feathering in. Okay, let's bake that out. Okay, and we've got almost the two-tone, almost. We've just got some of these feet left. So what we want is the red on the bottom of the feet, but for the main feet themselves to be blue. So let's go back to our gradient and let's take this again, projection through. And that's the wrong way round, isn't it? Yep. Okay, and I'm going to make it a bit smaller too. There we go. And get it tilted into place. Get both the feet lined up. Okay, here we go. And I think I've bloody done it again. Yeah, I have. Sorry, folks. Having a moment. Okie dokie, that's the right way around. There we go. Let's get those legs in. Let's bake that out. Go on to the paintbrush, and there we go. We've got some blue around the bottom of the feet there. Okay, so now we've used a gradient mask, and you know there's a bit of adjustment to be done here. Make sure that we are on, let's see, painting mode front, and now we can take a black brush and start painting this out. So front, and let's see, layers. Let's just take the second tone off a second. So make sure we're clicked on the layer mask, and we want white. And we can start to brush out a little bit under here. Like so. Not going to be too accurate. What I tend to do is get the basic blocks of colour in, and then come back later and sort of tidy up. I generally plug a tablet in for the tidying up bit because it's just faster. You control the opacity with brush strokes. So if you haven't tried a tablet for digital painting, I can most definitely recommend one to speed up this sort of work. Okay, let's have a look at him now. Alright, now we're slowly but surely getting somewhere. Okay, so that's given us our two-tone effect. One thing is, when we hue shifted this guy, we probably hue shifted his eyes a little bit as well. So you can always go in and make sure, because obviously we want the bottom tone, which is the blue, to show through to the eyes. So if we hit this black, and in fact it looks like we must have already blanked the eyes out. So that's not an issue. But you might need to mask the eyes as well, you know, for this hue shift, and we can still use the hue shift, so we can go for a slightly different color dependent on your needs. Okay, but I like that reddish brown we had before, which was around here, I think. Okay, so that's given us a two-tone effect. Now, it still needs a bit of brushing out. Let's go here. Still needs a bit of brushing out around here. And let's see, let's bake that down. Okay, that's a bit harsh. Let's just bring that back, and let's lower the opacity of this brush just to get it a bit more blended. There we go. Let's bake that over, and let's just nip this one a little bit too. There we go. Okay, that'll do it. I can come back in and feather that more a bit later. Okay, so that's given us our basic two-tone effect. So I'm going to leave that part for right now, and when we come back we'll look at getting a solid colour on here, because this two-tone effect is only going to go from the solid colour. It's going to be more of a border, which is why I haven't spent too long making sure it's absolutely perfect. But when I come back we'll look at adding a third layer, so a third colour over the top of this, and then we'll look at doing the horns and teeth and all the rest of this guy. So I hope you found something of interest in there, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in this part we're going to continue with the skin on our dinosaur. Now between the parts I've noticed that we've got a little errors here on our main skin, on our base skin layer. Now I'm not quite sure how we've got this. It's probably my fault. I probably painted it a little too quickly the first time around. Now the problem with sort of digital painting is it can take quite a while to do all the little tweaks and stuff, and I really don't like to show everything on camera. It would be a very, very long tutorial indeed, but it seems in this case I've gone a bit too fast. So rather than just correcting this off camera, I thought I'd show you how to do this, because we've got two layers now with this base skin tone. So we don't really want to do all this work again. We just want to fix a few errors, and I'm going to show you how. So for this head error with this and this is just not nice. So let's come in, and I'm going to hide the second skin tone, and we can see that that error is definitely on here. It's just not nice at all. So let's go up here and click show me only the current paint layer, which will just show me the current paint layer. Then I can go into the UV, which will show me the current paint layer, and I can see my problem is going to stem from this area on the head. So I really need to touch up this area. So I'm going to take my image, I'm going to Control Shift and get it to about the size I want it, so around here. Shift to move it, and then I'm just going to paint out like so. Now what I can do before I bake this down, so this has given me a better paint, but I don't want to go and kill this all the way to these edges, otherwise the seams won't match under the chin, which is where this would be, so that's no good. So let's add a new layer, and let's bake this layer down. Okay, so now I'll end up with something that looks like this. So I've just got an extra bit, and let me just go back to my through tool so I can just paint that out. Seems like I've missed it. There we go. Alright, so let's bake that down again, making sure we're on our new layer, and let's have a look at what we've got. So we've got this. When we show all layers, you'll see that this creates a rather nasty seam. But because we've got this all now in order, what I can fix it with is I can take a layer mask for this guy, for the new layer, and then I can just use a black brush and come and paint this seam out. So I've got an opacity right now of 0.39. So I'm just going to do this until the seams kind of match. Now again, this is one of those things that you're going to want to spend a bit of time on, whereas I'm going to do it quite rapidly. Let's just come up here, and let's just take out the worst of this so it doesn't look quite so sort of painted on top of something else. And we can slowly but surely, just using a bit of opacity, take out the seams. Okay, it's not going to be perfect, but it should certainly be pretty good. So okay, there we go. Now we've kind of feathered that in a bit, and we don't have those errors in the middle of the head. So let's hit B to bake that down. Right, now we've got this issue where if we hide both of these and bring back our second tone, that's not going to match anymore. It's not going to match the base skin layer, so we need to fix that as well. Okay, in order to do that, I'm going to want to merge these two layers together so they once again become one complete base layer. So let's hide our second tone, let's show this one, which fixes our errors. Let's select them both, so I'm just shift selecting, and I'm going to go up to layers, merge layers, and this will merge those two layers together. Okay, so that's done. So I'll call this base skin again. There we go. And now this layer, this was our two-tone layer, which now doesn't match, but it's not really an issue because we don't actually need the layer, we need the layer mask. So let's Control C and Control V this base copy again. So the base skin we just copied and pasted. Now I want to copy and paste this layer mask. So under layer mask, copy into the base skin layer, paste, and right now I can get rid of this altogether. I need to put a hue, saturation and value in here, so HSV, and then I need to just adjust the HSV to match what it did before, which I'm just going to do by eye. It was around there. Now these two match perfectly. Okay, so we just fixed some major errors in the head, and we shouldn't have needed to kill our seams to do it across here, and the blending is pretty good. You know, you might want to spend a bit longer with the brush and kind of paint this out with more opacity levels so you get a better look, but for on screen in a couple of minutes this will be good enough. So let's go back to the orthographic view and let's apply our shader once again, and let's take a look at the middle of the head here, and you'll see no unsightly large errors. Okay, now we've got a problem here where we haven't really blended this well enough, but I'm going to be changing this in a second anyway, so this is not a huge cause for concern. And let's look to see if we can spot any other errors. This masking here is a bit, you know, from a distance it looks fine, up close, not so much. It's not blended together very well. Let's see if we can spot anything else. And there's a big hole here in the tail. So these are all errors with the layer mask itself. So this is pretty easy to fix. If we take a look at our layer mask, and then we take a look at just the mask, so I'm going to come up here and click View the current paint layer or mask, we can see exactly why that's not blending together too well. As you can see, my paint strokes around here aren't very accurate. They're sort of a bit higgledy-piggledy, but you know, with a mouse you're always going to have a few problems with that. And I'm going to flat shade this dinosaur so I can get a better look at any problems. Okay, I see we've got a couple of holes, so let's come in and use a white brush, hold O to change the opacity. Whoops. Okay, apparently it's not liking me doing that, so let's just come in here and just paint this over. Now it doesn't have to be good, because we're going to blur this in a second, so B to bake that down. This is a bit harsh here, this sort of, and I'm going to also change this one, just fill that one in, so B to bake, and let's get this little bit here as well. Okay, so that's fixed a few of those errors. We've got here some white hot spots that have popped up, probably where I've had a miss. Just clear the paint buffer because I moved before I baked, and bake that down, and let's just get this bit here too, bake it down, see if I can spot anything else. No, so the mask is looking a bit better now, other than kind of this where we've manually painted and this. So let's come here and let's blur this mask. So filters, blur, Gaussian blur, and you'll see that blurs out quite nicely. If we flick it back, preview off and preview on, you can just apply that. It might take about 30 seconds to apply. There we go, and let's have a look. If we apply another blur, maybe it'll get even better. Okay, so I'll just move this blur window out of the way, and it's a bit slow down, but you can see that's much nicer. Let me just flick the preview. Okay, so it does make some difference, quite a bit. Let's go Apply, just give that 30 seconds or so to apply. Oh, now we've got a much nicer, smoother transition. Now I might also add some noise to this mask just to give it a bit of random feeling. So again, filters, we should have an add noise here. And I'm going to leave it at its default. So I just want some noise to break it up so it looks a bit more random. So I'm going to hit apply. Again, give it a couple of seconds to apply that. Okay, now we can go back to view all layers. Let's turn the lighting on and get the right shader. And now we're a bit better. Now I've got a better transition across here. Liking that quite a bit more. What I want to do now though is, let's have a look. I still have that problem with these paint throughs from the back. So we'll need to go in and fix that as well. That's ever so slightly annoying, but we'll just do it in the same way we've done before. So UV, and these will be on the belly. I'm going to show the current layer only. And there we go. We've got a few extraneous marks on the belly where I've inadvertently painted through something because I've had the projection on through instead of front. So let's come out and get a nice belly shape. And now I'm just going to use the brush and just paint through it. Okay, so that sort of fixes up any errors that we had there. Now I don't want to go to the edges of this because the edges of this will be seamed across in Mari, so I just want to come out to here, and I'm going to do that same trick where I create a new layer. Whoops, that was a layer mask, don't need that actually. A new layer, and now I'm going to bake this to a new layer. So P, I'm going to hide this base skin copy, which is actually our red color, and I'm going to show all of the layers except the hidden one. And now I can come in with my brush, and with an opacity I can start, whoops, obviously I'm going to need a mask to paint on, there we go. With the opacity I can just start brushing out the harder seam around the edge here. Okay, so I'm just kind of lightly fading this in. Okay, and then I'll take my mouse off and start doing that again around the top edge here. Now you'll find this immeasurably easier, and once again I'm going to go around a third time. You'll find this immeasurably easier with a tablet. You know, painting these lines with a mouse takes quite a while, but with a tablet you should just be able to kind of zip through it. And also with a tablet the opacity can be controlled by pen pressure, which makes the whole thing a lot easier and a lot more intuitive. But that should be about right. So select both of these layers and merge them together. So where are we? Merge, 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 merge layers, there we go. So once again, base skin, and we need to copy this now and paste it. So we also need to copy this layer mask, and actually did I copy the actual layer mask there? Sorry, having a bit of a senior moment. And paste, there we go, and let's just get rid of this. Delete. We know this is going to need a hue, saturation and value once again, and we know that's going to be somewhere in the upper end of the hue shift, around here. Will do. So although, and now we don't have those big horrible holes in the belly, which is nice. We've got some seamage going on here, but you can always use the opacity brush trick to just continue to brush it out a bit until it looks the business, but you know, no glaring errors. So we managed to fix the head and the belly without too much hassle. So let's get our shader back on that, because this shiny default one is not very good. And looking pretty decent. I'd be pretty happy with that. I would take some time and go in and maybe feather out some things a bit more, but on the whole, pretty happy with that. Right, okay, so now I've no intention of leaving this as a two-tone dinosaur. I want actually a solid color along the front. And the way I'm going to achieve this is, let's just call this second tone. The way I'm going to achieve this is just with the third layer. So let's add another layer. There we go, and I'm going to call this solid color. Okay, so let's view just the solid color layer and go into UV. Now for this I want a solid color, so something like a creamy off-white yellowish will do. Let's get and why am I painting black? That's why I'm painting black. Okay, let's get the opacity all the way up, and I'm just going to make all of the skin this solid cream color. In fact, what I can just select the patch by holding S and clicking on it, and then go patches, fill, foreground. There we go. That's a bit easier than painting backwards and forwards. And then S again, click up here and just unselect that patch. While that's not necessary, as I believe I mentioned before, it's my OCD, I think. So just hit B to bake that down, and if we go at the ortho view, you should see a one color, solid color dinosaur, which obviously is not very good for us. So we need to take this layer mask, copy, and then just paste it in here. Layer mask, paste. There we go. And then view the whole lot with our shader. And you'll see what we've got is a solid color with a gradual red blending around the edges of it here. So this has created for us something a little better than just having a kind of blended in white to blue transition, or whatever color we end up making this guy. This has given us a proper transition from sort of white to reddish to blue. And because we've got the hue, saturation and value on that transition, we could always change that transitional color as well. So depending on the look you're going for, it gives you, quite a nice amount of blending options. Now I quite like this guy in sort of the orange shaded transition, somewhere around there I would think. Okay, but it gives you a lot of options with some much nicer blending than just having a solid white stripe going down. Now looking at this blending, I'm not particularly happy with this whiteness that goes up here. So let's select our solid color, let's select the mask, let's turn this to black, let's get an opacity of around 0.3 something, and I can start to paint out some of this white that's going on around up here. Okay, I don't want to get too much. Let's bake that, spin him around, let's have a look. Okay, bake him out. Come in for a bit of a close-up shot. Okay, let's bake that out. Make sure that doesn't leave too much of a contour there. Actually, I'm not liking that. I'm just going to undo that last brush stroke. Okay, and I'm also going to lighten up the red that goes up the eyebrows too. So just come in and take a bit of this away. There we go. And now I can sort of paint on this mask. For instance, if I wanted to have a bit more transition in here, I can take the solid color mask and come and start brushing out a little bit to get a better transition. Okay, depending on the look you're going for, that may or may not be what you need. let's go to the second tone, and let's take a bit out here as well. Whoops. Maybe a bit out here. And this is one of those things that you're just going to have a bit of patience for and paint it all out until it looks how you want it, really. I'm not liking this white around here, so let's take some of the white out here. Okay, just take some of it out so we don't get that line so much. Bake it. Because it's a solid white color, we can always blur it. So if we have a look at the mask itself, so let's come here. You can work directly on the mask here, and you can always give it another blur. So Gaussian blur, there we go, apply. And give it 30-40 seconds. And there we go. So back to the full view and back to our shader. And that's looking pretty good. This kind of X you can see on the belly, by the way, is it's actually a lighting artifact. It's not really there. Okay, so let's have a look. Looking pretty good. I might come in here and use that brush to take some of the white away around the feet, because there's a bit too much of it maybe. So, you know, just do like so, but I think I'll do that in between the parts. And let's have a look around at this guy. Yeah, happy with the basic sort of two-tone skin tone effect, or three tone should I say, because we've got this red into the white there. Okay, well that should about do it for this part. I'm quite happy with this base skin tone. We'll go over some spec and some bump and all those other things in a later part. And when we come back after the break, I want to take a look at painting out the claws and the kind of horn pieces on the tail, and that will give us pretty much all of our dinosaur with some paint on it at least, and then we can start sort of refining and doing things like bump and spec and stuff like this. So I hope you found something interesting in this part. Thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next part. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. So we've got a sort of base skin tone on everything here now, and I want to just paint out the claws and horns very quickly. Now I'm just going to put a base coat of colour on them so we can see what we're working with. So I'm going to go to UV, and I'm just going to pick sort of dirty bone colour here. So something like this should just about do it. And then I'm just going to take the paintbrush, and I'm actually going to paint this on a new level. So at the moment I've just painted you probably wouldn't have heard it, but I had the mouse down and I did some painting. Now if we go over to the colour, you'll be able to see what I painted. Don't need that. Control-Shift-C to clear the paint buffer and introduce a new level, a new layer, sorry, which we'll call bone. And then I just use my colour here and just paint over this UV patch, because I know this is all bone from pretty much when I organised it in Maya. And this is another nice reason to organize the UV patches in Maya with different groups of stuff on them, so I can just come in and paint this. Now of course an easier way would just be to push S for select and select this entire patch, then go up to patches, fill and foreground, and that will just fill the whole lot. Now we know this is the inner eye, so we need to paint that back black. Just for now, there we go, and one here. And that should give us B to bake that black down, and that should give us just some sort of colour on our horns and sort of fingernail claws and foot claws. So we've got one patch selected that we can see here in the viewport, so push S and just click outside and that'll unselect the one patch. Okay, now we're in a situation where we've actually got paint on pretty much all of our dinosaur except the inside of the mouth, which we'll deal with right at the end. But right now, at least we've got some paint on everything. So as we look at this, The front colour here across the belly is a trifle bland and with the back of the tail. Now I do like the fading effect and I do like the lightness of colour, but I'm not too happy with the texture. So I had a quick search around through some textures I've got, and I found some alligator skin, which we're going to use to just give this a little bit more texture on these lighter areas. Now, if I just double click this to open up, you can see what it looks like. So it's a basic alligator skin pattern, like you'd see on the underside of an alligator. So, problem, it's the wrong color, but that's not really going to be a huge issue for us. So let's create a new layer to start getting some texture on this guy. And I'm going to call this under skin texture, and I'll make sure I'm on this layer and make sure I'm on the color layer. I'm going to go into the UV. I could paint this directly on the character, but in this case it's easier to do here. And I'm just going to drop this in and then Control Shift and drag it to the right size. And I want it about that size, so Shift and click to move it, maybe a little smaller. Okay. So I think that will be about right. Now, if you look here, I'm going to click semicolon, and that will allow me to repeat the image. So even if I'm not painting near it, I'm just painting a repeat of it. So just go ahead, and you don't have to be very careful. We're going to use a mask anyway. But just go ahead and paint out some red on there like that. So that should be the texture for the belly. Now B to bake that. We also want a texture for the tail, for the skin under the tail. So let's come in here, and I'm just going to press Control and mouse click to kind of drag this into position. And then I'm going to come in and just paint all the way down. Now we've got this texture on repeat, so it will just repeat endlessly. And then I'm going to move it to the other side, Shift click, Control click to rotate it, and I'm going to just paint that out too. Okay, now I'm not going to worry too much about the seams on the tail, as they're actually underneath the tail itself, so you will rarely see them. But let's go in to our ortho now and see what we've got. So we've got some texture on the tail, some texture on the belly, and I'll probably introduce a little texture on the feet as well. So back to UV. Okay, and the texture on the feet will be here. So let's grab this, move it this way, and I'll introduce slightly larger texture for the feet. So I'm just Control Shift and scaling, and then I come in and I'll just paint around these parts like so. Okay, bake it down, Shift, move it up to the other leg, and just paint around here. You don't have to be careful with this at all, because we're going to mask it out anyway. So really don't spend too much time on it, just make sure you've covered up the white bits you want. And the underside of the feet, which are here, will just colour as well. Because when we animate this guy, or if you choose to animate this guy, you'll see the underside of the feet when he lifts his legs up, of course. So let's see what we've got in the ortho view now. I'm going to hit P for paintbrush, just so I get rid of that image. And yeah, our feet are looking pretty textured. Our belly, it's got some texture to it. And our muzzle is going to remain just a solid colour. So that's looking pretty good. But, you know, we went to all that trouble of all the toning and everything else, and this is not what you call excellent, as you can see. So we'll use the mask that we used to do our toning with. So if I click on Show Current Paint Layer Only, and then I look at one of these masks, so I've got this one, which would be fine, or this one, which is the mask for the purple colour. If I click onto the, here, it's the mask for the blue. And there would be our solid colour. So I'm going to use this mask here. So just right click and layer mask, copy, and then paste the layer mask into the skin texture. So layer mask, paste. Okay, and now if I click on the color, and let's show everything. Okay, there we go. Now I've got blended in here a little bit. Alright, so I'm going to edit this mask by hand because I want some of that two-tone colour to come through here. So I'm going to make sure I'm on a black brush, and you'll see if I just paint out here, I can start to paint out the mask. Now obviously that was a bit too much, so let's go with a very low opacity, say 0.2, and I might use a bigger brush, so press R, increase radius, and just come in and paint down a little bit. And I'm just going to paint out more of an edge on this. There we go. B to bake it when you're done. I'm just going to kind of come across here and paint out any obvious seams like that one. There we go. And up here a little bit. Now this is going to be down to you, how much of this you paint out and how much you keep. I'm just going to rough it up a little bit to make it look a bit more organic. There we go, take a bit away here. And I'm not too worried about some of the blending on here because I am going to actually blur this mask out in a little bit like we've done before. So come on, let's take away some of this at the top of the foot here. And we'll change the color in a second as well, so it will match the underneath layer a bit more. I'm just leaving it this red color for now because it's easier to see as I paint. As I just come through, got a rather hideous seam there, so just paint that out. There we go. Bake that down. Bake it down. And you'll see I'm not spending too much care and attention on this. If I was doing this off camera, I would obviously take a bit longer. I'm just gonna get a rough idea for now. Okay, and let's go along the tail maybe a little bit. So just kind of big brush strokes back here. Get rid of that seam up there a bit, bake it. And maybe a little bit here as well. There we go. Bake. Right, and that's pretty much all I'm going to do for now. I'm going to blur it out, so let's click on it, go to show only the mask, and you can see where I've painted and it's not very smooth, but we can fix that with filters, blur, Gaussian, and that puts a Gaussian blur across there, so I'm going to hit apply. That'll just help the blending along the edges a bit, and this might take 30 or so seconds, just give it some time. Okay, there we go. Let's go back to the color layer. Alright, that looks okay. Let's go back to show all layers, and there we go. Now one thing we do have to fix is this texture is looking pretty decent, as in I like the actual lines going across, but I'm not 100% enthusiastic about the color. So let's change that. So under here I'm going to add a adjustment stack with a hue, saturation and value. Then I'm going to pop that open. And I'm just going to try and get this kind of warmish skin tone color back. Let's pin that. Make this a bit bigger so I can see what's going on. Okay, and let's get a hue more towards the brown. And then I can up the value a little bit, change the saturation state. There we go. So I get more of a color in keeping with what we originally had. Let's have a look at this little guy now. Alright, let's make sure we have our shader turned on. That's a bit better. Now I can see a bit better what's going on. And that's looking pretty decent. Now, maybe this color on the muzzle is now too light to match this color here, but at least we've started to get some texture in there now. And this border edge here, which is looking a little a kind of higgledy-piggledy, will be a lot better once we introduce a bump on that. Same with the muzzle. When we introduce the bump map later on, that will appear to have more texture than it currently does. But this solid color, I'm not really liking. This is a bit too light, so once again we can just add an adjustment stack with hue, saturation and value. Will probably do it. And let's pin this one and get rid of that old stack. Okay, so let's go for a slight hue shift here. Probably need to saturate that a bit more. There we go. Just a very subtle change really, and I'm going to make it a tad darker. Whoops. There we go. and I'm just going to get a color I'm happy with, so around there really. Just a case of adding a bit more saturation into it, so it was a bit more towards the brown of the stomach there. Okay, and that gives us some texture along the tail and across the belly. What we really need in order to start finishing this little guy off is to introduce the bump map to him, which will change the look of the thing again. We also need to tweak our shader a little bit. I might make the eyes a tad smaller. But for right now, I'm pretty happy with this basic look. And what I want to do before I introduce a bump map is I'm just going to come in with a paintbrush and paint out this mask a little more. I'm not going to do this on screen because it's going to be a fairly uninteresting process, but basically I'm just going to come along and let me just change that back to full color and get this blending a bit better by using various different opacity brushes and just brushing out the mask a little bit to get a slightly better transition, which is not a difficult thing to do, but it is a little time consuming. Okay, so I'm going to do that now in between these parts, and when we come back we'll talk about making both a bump and a spec map for this little guy, and then of course we've got to do the inside of the mouth. So I hope you found something in here that was useful. You can obviously use a different color texture for here. We could even change this skin color if we wanted to, so we've got the base skin here. Whoops, I accidentally created a new layer. If we create a new adjustment stack and go for HSV again, hue saturation value, we can change the color of the base skin now. Because of the way we've laid this out on layers, obviously if I didn't like my original base skin color choice, I can come in now and make this guy whatever color I want. So I'm quite partial to a green, possibly somewhere around there, but again, as you've seen, it's fairly easy to change, so it is your choice, but I'm going to leave him sort of a green color for when I come back to work on him. Okay, so now you've got quite a lot of control anyways as to the color of the texture of this belly, the color of the texture of the mesh, the color of the two-tone information here that deals with our blending, and the color of the actual skin itself. All can be controlled by a HSV node in Mari. Alright, so I'm going to just do a little bit of painting on my masks and tidy up a little bit, and I'll be back in a second when we'll go into creating a bump map and a spec map for this guy. So I thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. So I've had a little play around just with the HSV nodes, and I've done a little painting on the mask just to get the blending a trifle nicer. Nothing was particularly complicated. If I look at the base skin HSV, you can see I've just tweaked the hue shift, I've saturated a bit to make it a bit more bright and cheerful, and I've taken the value down to make it a little darker. So nothing you can't do by simply playing around with the sliders to get the color of Dinosaur that you want. And I think I was about here on mine. So there we go. So I've chosen this green. I quite like it. I think it matches the color of the two-toning skin here with a kind of lizard belly effect now. And I'm quite happy. But you know, whatever you want to do, you've got a ton of control here in Mari over the color that you finally want to end up with. What I want to look at now is bump, because the skin is okay, but until it's bumped, we're not really going to start to see the spec playing with it or anything like that. So let's start off with the bump map. Now, when we first started our Mari project, you'll see that it asked us if we wanted to create a displacement or a bump map or a spec map, and we said no, just the color, which is just this color we're working on now, and this would be channels in Mari. So you can see we've got a color channel. Let's add another channel. So let's add a channel, and 240 by 248 is fine, so 2K, and the channel we can add at this point is bump. So I'm going to add that bump channel, okay, and then I'm going to add another channel, and I'm going to call this one spec. So you can change the name here. It doesn't really matter what's going on up here, just call it whatever you want, and let's go OK for spec. And the color is just what color the channel will initially be. So now you can see we've got a whole new layers palette, So if I flick to the color, you can see we've got all of our color textures here. Bump, we've got nothing but gray, and spec, we've got nothing but gray. So let's start out with a bump. Now, in order to do a bump on this, I want to obviously bump the skin pattern, but I don't want to take anything like the eyes and have bumps on those. And at the moment our claws are smooth, so I'm going to keep those fairly bump free. So in order to do this, I need to find out what layers are generating this skin pattern. I also want a bump underneath this white muzzle, so I want it to look like this white muzzle also has scales. So if I start turning some stuff off, the second tone color is not necessary to create a bump map. The solid color is not necessary to create a bump map because we want this color here. So let's have a look. Bone will be bump free, so I don't need to take that color. And let's see, we've got the underskin texture which we need to create that bump there. And we've got the base skin texture which we'll need to create the bump. So I'm going to select these, control select both of them, and then I'm going to duplicate these layers. So let's see here, duplicate. In fact, I can just control C and control V, and I'll get another copy of those. With them both selected, I'm going to turn everything else off and just select these two I've just made and go to layer and merge. So we should have a merge here somewhere, merge layers, there it is. And that will merge those layers we had selected, and this will form the foundation of our bump map. So I'm going to call that bump temp because it won't actually be in the color channel, it will be in the bump channel. But that allows us to quickly copy this, go to the bump channel and then paste it, get rid of the bump base layer, it's not necessary right now. And now I can make this black and white and start turning it into a bump map. So let's add an adjustment stack, and once again hue, saturation and value, and let's just turn the saturation down to none, and that will get us to black and white basically. There we go. And now this will form the foundation of our bump map, but there's a couple of things in here that we don't want. We don't want bump on the eyes. So let's go into the UV, and I'm going to paint everywhere that I don't want any bump, kind of white really. So let's just shift S and shift and click this patch and this patch, and then patches fill white for now. Okay, it doesn't like filling two at once. Let's just select this one, patches fill white. Okay, alright, it's not the two at once, my mistake. You need to have a layer selected. I'm not quite sure why I unselected that, but anyway, S, select both patches while holding shift, and patches fill white. There we go. So none of this will have any bump at all, which is fine for us right now. Let's go into the ortho and back to the UV, hit B just to make sure we bake that out. Okay, so that's going to be our basic bump map. Now from here, to control the amount of bump we want on everything, we can go into the UV view and use a levels. I'm going to look at this on the UV view, it's easier to see. Let's just come in here and open our adjustment stack and add an adjustment layer of levels. Okay, and now we can start to play around with the black and white balance. So I'm going to just increase the amount of white, bring the black down a little bit. Actually, it might be easier to do this with the mid-tones. There we go. So I just want a big distinction between these two, and this can take some fiddling around with. Okay, let's bring this one up so we get more bump. And that should do us for now on the bump map. So let's have a look at what that looks like in the orthographic view. And that's looking okay. That should be enough to get us bumpy. Alright, so we've got now a bump channel, and now we need to display this in Mari as a bump map. So let's go back to our color channel, and let's hide the bump temp because we're not using it, and unhide all the other layers. Now we need to go into our shader, the blend shader that we used, and under bump channel we're going to pick bump, which this is just showing us, when I click here, this is showing us what channels I have available in Mari. So let's click bump. Okay, and you'll see that went bumpy. and we've got the bump under the muzzle, so our bump map appears to be working. And I'll just go and flick that on and off so you can see what difference it makes. At the moment we've got a bump of 0.1. If I go like so, you'll see it's completely flat. If I give it an exaggerated bump, you'll see our bump map is most definitely working there. So I'm going to want a bump of maybe 0.012 maybe. That's 12, that's obviously far too high. So what I was actually looking for is 0.012. Not quite high enough. So again, this is just for our reference purposes within Mari. We'll have to load this as a bump map in Maya, but this gives us a very good indication of what it's going to look like. Okay, so that looks like a decent bump map we've got on there now. I can see all the bump underneath this white muzzle, and now, you know, even though it's just white and we haven't done a lot of texture into it, it's definitely got some bump on there. So now I want to create a spec map, and the kind of spec map I want to create is to have less specular highlight in between these dark crevices and more on sort of the skin. So a very easy way to do this is to go into our channels, take our bump channel that we just created, copy the layer from it, go to the spec channel and paste the layer in. Okay, now I'm going to make that slightly opaque just to tone the whole thing down a little bit, because we've got this 50% grey base layer. So this will be my spec layer. However, I want my spec layer a little bit rougher than this. So I'm going to go for a procedural texture, and let's just create a procedural noise pattern. Let's try some Perlin noise here. Okay, so allow me to just bring this up, and let's get a smaller size, much smaller. Okay, so I want some very low res noise over this, and I'm going to take this color and make it kind of light gray. I don't want to use 100% white, and this color and make it a dark gray. There we go. And I'm going to actually lower the opacity of this Perlin noise a bit so we can still see the bump, and it just gives us that little breakup, you know, so I don't have completely white bits and then I want a little bit of noise introduced. So let's see here. Whoops, and that was the wrong slider. Okay, now this one's too big. Sorry, I've adjusted this one by mistake. That's about right. And just bring that down just to break up the surface. There we go. That'll about do it for me. Now you can always go over this again when you've seen what it looks like. Maybe increase the size of the noise, increase the amount of noise. Again, we'll have to flick back to the color channel and see how this affects our spec. So let's go to color channel. Let's go to our shader, and under specular here, let's actually under specular color here, let's give it our spec channel. Okay, and you won't have seen much of a difference, but because this shader doesn't actually have a lot of specular shininess to it, or a lot of specular, so let's turn that up to a point like so and get that kind of a sharp edge specular highlight. And you can really see that we're not getting as much spec in these channels as we are on the surface of the skin itself. So that will give us a nice spec map in Maya. You see how you can still clearly see the scales as the spec moves around. Now obviously this is shiny like plastic at the moment, so that's not a very good look for us. So I'm going to, whoops, wrong one. I'm going to just take that specular shininess and broaden up the highlight a little bit. Okay, and maybe reduce the overall amount of specularity. Okay, and again, this won't be exactly as we see it in Maya. This is just to give us an indication of what our spec and bump maps look like. But that's a fairly decent combination of spec and bump on there. I'm quite happy with that. One thing I did want to see is if it broke the texture of this muzzle up, which indeed it does, but we can actually break that up a bit more. If we go on to our solid color and we pop open our stack here, our adjustment stack, I can now use a, let's say, some sort of fractal noise pattern. So let's go for a fractal cloud, and you'll see this all changed. It'll be horrible. Let me just pin it, and what we need is to then pick some colors for our fractal cloud. So let's come in here and let's change the size of it so we get this sort of rough, dirty kind of look, and then we'll want to pick a couple of colors for this. So that one, and let's go with this one again, but let's make it a bit darker. So let's come in and make that a bit darker. Okay, and this allows us just to break it up a little bit. Now obviously you'd need to be a bit more careful in your color choice, but it does allow you to just get, you know, a bit of roughness in there depending on what you're going for. So if I turn that off, you'll see the difference. Okay, so depending on the look you're going for, it gives us a little textured skin pattern in there, which I'm quite liking, and doesn't have the whole thing quite so uniform. Alright, but I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to have a play with these colors during the break because they're not quite matching this now, but that's just a case of selecting the color here, getting a decent one, and then going back into the stack and changing one of these colors perhaps. So I'm quite liking that sort of color for the darkness, and let's make this light one possibly a bit more saturated and a bit darker. There you go. So that's basically what I do. I just have a play with that until it was more matching this again. Okay, looking pretty good. The bump is working really nicely. The spec, when we get it back into Maya, will help. I like the way we get, you know, very little spec in between here, which is what I was personally looking for. Okay, now one of the last issues we're going to have to deal with is Mari at the moment is shading this for us with some ambient occlusion. So if I go up to the shader and turn the ambient occlusion off, you'll see what we've got is fairly flat, this is what it will look like if we just brought it into Maya now. And obviously that's not what we're looking for. In fact, if I flat shade that, you'll see it even better. So that's what we've got. So we're going to need, because this is cartoony, we're going to actually need to come in and paint in some shadows and some highlights and things on this, which in Mari is I wouldn't say simple, but it's definitely got an easier way to do it than pretty much any other method I've seen. So when we come back, we'll start painting on our own skin tones. So we'll start painting out some shadows in the eyes, and we'll start painting out some highlights on the skin and all of that stuff. But I just wanted to get that speck and bump out of the way first. So that about does it for this part, and I'll see you on the next part when we'll finish up this little guy in Mari. I might change the eyes a little bit, and for the inside of the mouth I'm going to go with a very simple tooth texture and sort of a very dark red for the inside of the flesh parts of the mouth. So I hope to see you for that part, and thanks for watching. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. In this part we're going to look at how to go from this very flat colour to doing our own highlights and shading, shadows for this guy. So let's leave him on the flat colour for now. Let's add a new layer, and we'll call this, I'm just going to move this up to the top of the stack here. I can delete this bump temp layer because now we've used it, so we don't need it anymore. I can go back to this layer and I'll call this shadow. Okay, so I need some way to paint in shadows. Now I could of course just select a darker green colour like so and come in and just start manually painting in some shadows, which I would do, you know, like so. This technique though is going to require a lot of painting and a lot of time, so I'm going to do something that's a bit quicker. I'm going to set this colour to dark grey just to start off with. It really isn't that important what shade of dark grey you've got. Now I'm going to look at my ambient occlusion settings under projection masking. So I'm going to enable the mask preview, which should be nothing at the moment as we have nothing masked. Then I'm going to go down to ambient occlusion mask and I'm going to turn it on. Okay, now that will show me what's masked. So at the moment when I paint, I can't paint anything that's red. So if I just painted over this whole thing, I would just actually paint out the ambient occlusion for this guy. And if I turn the masking off, you'll get a better look at what that looks like. So you can see I've really started to paint in some shadows here. Now if we do this on the UV view, this is going to be even quicker. So let's nip over to the UV view. Just come here, R for radius, take a giant big paintbrush and paint over grey. And you'll see some shadows start to come in there. Now this will form the foundation of our ambient occlusion. So let's just get that all nice and painted. B to bake it down. Let's go into the ortho view and you'll see here that I've started to paint in some of that occlusion, so some of the shadowing. Okay, now if I bring that back to fully shaded and turn off Mari's inner ambient occlusion, you'll see that it's not very heavy, the effect. Now we can obviously control that by adding a, if we go over to the layers, we can add some sort of levels to this to get darker or lighter shadows. So let's do that. Let's add a layer stack with some levels. Let's pop open the stack adjustment, or the adjustment stack here. I'm just going to make that a bit bigger so we can see what's going on. Click levels, and now I can come in and start making this lighter or darker depending on what I need. Okay, so I'm just going to darken it up a tad, and obviously you can play around with the mid-tones just to get the final look you're looking for, but for right now, for me, this is enough. So this will be my first layer of shadow. But if we take a look at our projection mask, so just click the preview, you'll see I haven't actually captured much shadow. Most of this is red, so now I can come back in and start tweaking what will be in shadow and what will not. So if I use a lesser value here, I'll get a bigger overall level of occlusion. So let's come in here and get this. So I've got quite a lot showing that's not bright red, and then I'm going to go back to the layers and I'm going to do another shadow layer. So I'll just call this shadow 02, and now I'm going to paint this out. So let's turn off the projection masking so we can get a better look at what we're doing. And again, turning off the masking doesn't invalidate the mask, it just means you can't see it. So let's come over here, make sure we're on our new layer. We are, and just come in and let's paint over. So that's given us another layer of shadowing. So let's bake that out. And we can just about see that on there. Let's go to our shader. There we go. And let's have a look at what difference that is when we turn it on and off. Now the problem is this is looking decidedly grey. So let's flick this to multiply. And let's flick this to multiply. Okay, that's going to look better for us for a shadowing situation. Now remember, we've got no ambient occlusion on this little guy at the moment. So without these two layers, he looks very, very flat. And in order to see that, we'll go to a flat color here. And you'll see there's kind of no definition on him anywhere. When we turn these two back on, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so that gives us some shadowing. And you know, in a normal circumstance, I would then use this as a base and then come in and paint some of my own shadows on here too. Or shadows is probably the wrong word. It's more a darkening of skin. So around areas that would naturally get dirty, and that's, you know, just gives us a shortcut to use that ambient occlusion masking. Okay, so I'm quite happy with that, but now I'd also like to create some lighter areas. Now, if we create another layer, and I'm going to pop this one up to the top. Yes, I'm going to move this one up there, there we go, and I'll just call this light skin. And now I want to paint some lighter areas of highlights, which I can again use the ambient occlusion projection masking for. So let's flick on the mask preview, but this time let's invert it. So I'm going to paint highlights wherever there's not a dark red, so this is not a good situation for us. So let's come in and tweak this, and you'll notice that it's difficult to get this correct. So at the moment I'd be painting a highlight pretty much everywhere that wasn't occluded. So now I can use the mask curve and just come up and start masking out bigger areas. Okay, because I just want to get some highlights in here. Okay, so that about does it, and in this case I'm not going to multiply my highlights, so I'm actually going to select a green color. Wrong one, I want to pick a color, so this one. Then I'm going to make it lighter than that. Okay, and now I'm going to go into the UV view and paint. I'm going to turn the mask preview off. Okay, and I'm going to come in here just with a paintbrush and I'm going to paint out some highlights. Okay, now I'm going to clear that. I'm actually going to use a less opaque brush, so an opacity maybe of around 50%. There we go. And I just hold O to get that opacity in there. And let's come in and just paint out some highlights on the green. B to bake that down. And just paint some more highlights, making sure I'm only touching the green portion. And as you can see, I'm not being uber careful here. Just a bit more highlight there and a bit more here. And the more time you spend on this, obviously the better and nicer it's going to be. But I'm just kind of racing through it at the moment. Some highlights here for the fingers. There we go. And for these fingers also. There we go. So I'm just hitting B to bake that down. There's probably going to be a highlight at the back of the tail area. So B. And now I want to highlight this yellow color. So I'm going to select it. I'm going to come in with a much lighter color. And I'm just going to P for paintbrush, and I'm going to paint out some highlights on here. Not too many. Just bake that out. Maybe some on the belly. Bake it out and down the tail area a little bit. And I'm just clicking to bake out some highlights. And there we go. That will probably do for my highlights. So let's go back to our ortho view. Okay, now I've got my highlights painted on there. And this is flat shaded at the moment. So if we go to layers and I turn off all the shadows and skin we've just painted, you'll see that's what the texture used to look like. And just by adding a few patches of shadow and light skin and dark skin, we get a much more realistic texture. Okay, so let's go back to full shading mode in Mari and see what we got. Okay, now we have this, which I'm quite liking. Let me just turn off these highlights and flick them back on. Okay, so I'm not really liking the highlight that happened there on the belly, but that's sort of easy enough to change. We can go into the UV view and then I can create a mask, and then I can just paint out any highlights that I don't like in the mask. So let's go to black and white, black radius for the brush. Whoops. And I've actually changed channels. I've used a hotkey to change channels. Sorry about that. There we go. And making sure that I'm on the light skin and I'm on the mask, I can come in here, R for brush radius, turn that down and just start painting out any highlights I wasn't too keen on. So that one, for instance. And I wasn't too keen on some of this highlighting around here, so I'm going to paint a bit of it out. There we go. And let's have a look at this now. Alright, so that's got rid of that highlight I didn't like on the belly, so that will be fine. Let's make sure we're on our shader. Okay, and that is this shader now with no ambient occlusion and no other shadowing on except which we've painted, which is exactly what we wanted. If I go down here, you'll see that Mari's ambient occlusion is off. Okay, if we turn Mari's ambient occlusion all the way up, obviously we're going to go darker now. Right, and now it's just a case of playing with the levels on these areas of light and dark skin. So again, I've got a levels on this one. I'm going to put a levels on my shadow number 2. Let me just close that down. So adjustment, stack, and levels. And again, this is not going to be terribly interesting to watch, and it's one of those things that will require some tweaking. But let's just try dropping the brightness down, so you can see there our occlusion darkens up a bit. Again, depending on what you're looking for. I think I have mine just a tad darker. And then I could come into my light skin also, and I can throw in a adjustment stack with levels on this. I could also tint the highlight at this point, but let's just make these highlights a little lighter. So you can see here I've got control now over the level of highlight, so that would be obviously too many. I can come in and make these a little bit more pronounced, and from here I could then use a hue, saturation and value to change the color of said highlights. You know, maybe I want a bit more of a two-tone effect, or just maybe a lighter, a little more yellow in the green, and let's just pin that. Let's look up here where the highlight is. So as you can see, as I change this now, I can actually change the color of the highlight. So I might go a bit more towards yellow, and then a bit of saturation in there, just a bit. And then obviously I can change the value scale to really make them kind of stand out, or even darken them down from here. But for me, the value will be fine at 1. Okay, maybe a little more towards reddish orange. And there we go. Let's have a look at that. That's looking a bit better. Okay, now I'm going to turn on a little bit of ambient occlusion in Mari, because we would have a bit generated by Maya, so be around there. And let's see how we're looking. Pretty good, really. Let's look at that on the flat shade. Looks nice. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. Now, for the mouth, I would just literally take the inside of the mouth here, because we're not going to see much of it. So I would take the inside of the mouth, I would put a new layer in and just paint it red. So here's the gum line, for instance. I would just do the gum line a kind of very dark red. So let's just come in and paint this gum line out. And actually, Control and Shift and C to clear any paint I've just put down. And let's go mouth. Okay, always better to work on a new layer. And you see I can't paint. No matter what I do, I cannot paint. And this is one problem with hiding your occlusion mask. It's the fact that if we go under projection and turn on the masking, you'll see why I can't paint on that. Because, you know, it's not there. Or sorry, it's masked out. So we have to make sure we've got none of our masks turned on. So occasionally in Mari you might forget and leave a mask on, and then when you're painting something don't really realize why it's not painting. But if I look at this now with the mask off, you can see, and I believe this is the tongue, that I can now paint on it. So let's just go back and make sure we're on the mouth layer. And I'm going to grab the opacity to 100% or 1, and I'm just going to paint out the tongue a bright red. Now, of course, if you wanted to, you can spend a bit more time on this. Give it a little texture like we did with the skin, give it a two-tone effect by either using a Perlin noise layer, or just, you know, a texture that you've grabbed from the internet at some point, or indeed one you've shot yourself, even better. But I'm just making these gums and eyes kind of a dark red, just in case we ever get to see inside the mouth. And B, just to bake it down after painting. Okay, there we go. And now I'm looking at these eyes. and I'm not really liking the color of them, to be honest with you. So if I go to the ortho view and have a look here, you can see the inside of the mouth now, where the tongue and the gums are all this nice red color, and obviously the teeth would need painting out as well. Let's find out why they are currently black. And there we go. So I need to paint out the teeth, which is all these pieces here. So I'm just going to select a bone-like color for the teeth. There we go. And again, spend more time on it. But I don't want you to make you watch me paint every individual tooth. So. And these should have been bone colored. I distinctly remember filling this patch in with this color at some point, but obviously when we've been painting in some occlusion or something, we've painted over them. It's not really a huge issue. Okay. And those two up there are actually, these two pieces up here are actually the inside of the mouth, so they would be red. Okay, so let's just flick our colour onto the red we used for the gums and get those kind of reddish. There we go. And let's have a look. There we go. So now I can see the teeth and the mouth is bright red, and I'd probably again just use some sort of fractal noise pattern in there just to make sure that it had some texture to it. But for right now, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so I'm quite liking the look of this at the moment. Now I might make some small tweaks, but first, I'd really like to get this into Maya and do a quick test render. That will allow us to see more of what it looks like, when we actually come to render it, because as good as Mari's viewport is, there isn't really a substitute for a direct render. So in the next part, we'll do any finishing off that needs doing. I can see some tweaks I might make around the feet and also the eyes, which I mentioned earlier. We'll have a look at those because I'm not real happy with those, but I got a bit distracted with the mouth, so we'll have a look at the eyes. We'll have a look at how to export all these textures, because you need to export now a bump map, a spec map, and a color map, and then we'll look at how to combine all that lot in Maya to get a sort of basic test renders out, so you can see if you need to tweak any more. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. In this part I just want to complete some finishing off for our dinosaur here. There's a couple of things I'm not overjoyed about. The first one is the eyes. I'm not really loving them as they look right now, although when we come to do them in Maya, of course, they will have some reflection on them, so they'll look better, but still I'm not really loving this colour. It doesn't kind of pop against this vibrant skin tone we've got. And also I want to give him some lips basically, so I want to just add a little texture around the lip area. None of this should be very time consuming. So let's start off by adding a little bit of texture around his lips, and then we'll move on quickly to the eyes. So I'm going to come up here because this is where the lips would be. Now if you're ever unsure about where something would be on the UV, you can always just paint over it and have a quick look. So if I go ortho UV and just take a brush and paint it here, I can see now that this would be around the lips. Okay, it's fairly easy to work out where things are. Now Control Shift and C to clear the buffer, and let's give ourselves another layer for lips. So I'll just rename it such. Then I'm going to drag out my lizard skin here, or my alligator. I'm going to get it to about a size I feel comfortable with. I'm going to just move it out of the way, and I can't paint, so I need to repeat this. It says semicolon, and now I can paint with a repeated pattern. Okay, now I'm then going to have to, if I do this on a separate layer, use another hue, saturation and value node. So the better thing to do might be to do it on the the alligator skin layer I've already got, so this under skin texture layer. If I just click there, and this way when I paint that in, it will come in using all the modifiers that I already have for this. So if I just clear that and use the opacity, so I'm going to go on quite a low opacity, and I'm just going to come in and paint around the bottom of the lip here. Okay, there we go, and I'm going to press O again. I'm going to hold and slide that up so I get a higher opacity, and I'm just going to put a higher opacity towards the bottom of the lip here. Okay, there we go. I'll press B to bake that down, and I've given him a very basic lip texture, which just differs a little bit and helps distinguish that lip just a bit. So that was one thing I wanted to do. Now if you wanted to spend some more time on this, you could come in with, let's say, a very low opacity brush, like so maybe, and just paint out a little bit more. And the opacity on this might be a tad high. Let's just turn this round to see what this looks like. Yeah, the opacity on that was a tad high, so I'll just clear it. I'll go for a lower opacity. There we go. That'll just help to blend it into the white texture we've got going on there. Okay, just a little bit in between the nose. Seems alright. I'm going to bake that out. And there we go, that helps to define some sort of lip area, add a bit more texture to that top mouth skin. Okay, so quite happy with that. Now, the last thing that I want to tweak really is these eyes. Not happy with the look of those at all. So I'm actually going to use a different layer for that, and I'll use this one that I was going to use for the lips but ended up not, so I'll just rename it to eyes. Now to do this, I'm going to have to repaint this eye. It's not much of a problem, same way we did it before. Just pull this over, get it to approximately the right size, and the reason I'm going to repaint it is I want the pupil a bit smaller. Maybe not this small, maybe around here. So I must be on a very weak opacity of brush, so let's just make that fully opaque, and now I can come up here and I'm just going to paint this out. Don't worry about the white in the background there for now. And R to change the brush radius, so we are not here all day. There we go. Okay, and I like this guy with a slightly smaller pupil. There we go. And I'm going to bake that out, and I'll notice it's just off center a little bit, so I'm actually going to have to just come up here like this and just repaint it in. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. So that's shifted that eyeball there. Done. Now I'm not happy about this graduation. It turned out to be slightly the wrong size, so I'm going to hit P for paintbrush. I'm going to pick a lighter color around here, and I'm just going to come out and paint that thing like so. I'll change the radius of this brush a bit. Okay, it turned out when I originally painted this in Photoshop, it might have been a wee bit too small, but you know, we can simply, if you still have the PSD file you use for the eyeball, you could simply make that back bit a bit bigger in Photoshop, or change the color of it, whatever you'd like. Or in this case, I can simply just paint it out like so. Okay, that will do. And then I'll need to do the same to the other eye, of course. So again, just get your little image out, and let's move this into position. So like so, making sure the pupil is in the middle, and then we'll paint this out just like so. And then again, I'll just go on to the bake that down. I'll go on to the paintbrush tool and just paint around the outside of the eye. done. It probably would be a better idea to just make the outside of the eye a little lighter in Photoshop, but I don't happen to have the file handy. Let's just check those eyes. Okay, they're much better. Now, if we look at just this eye level, so I click here to view only the current paint layer, you'll see this one's just got the eyes on it, which means now I can change the color of the eyes very simply. So let's just put our shader on there so we can get a good look at things. Okay, and I want to change the color of these eyes. Not happy with green. Now we've gone with the green skin. I'm thinking maybe a orangish eye would be better. So let's add an adjustment stack and hue, saturation and value once again, which we've used a lot in this tutorial. And hue, saturation and value. And let's just make this a little wider, so I have a longer slider for my hue shift, and I'm going to come in here and get a different color. So I'm going to slide this to maybe a purple, and I'm going to overly saturate it, and I'm also going to put up the value scale so the eyes are a lot brighter. Okay, now that's looking a bit more like it. So let's see if we can get a better color. And again, this is now a personal consideration, depending on what color you feel your eyes should be. I just felt that green was a little bit too green maybe, and I'd like a kind of reddish or brownish. So there we are towards the red. So I'm kind of liking that color. Let's just go into the orthographic view and double check everything. So I'm happy with the texture so far, certainly happy enough to take that into Maya. I kind of like the eyes. I can come back and change the color of those. In fact, with the setup that we've got here, we can pretty much come back and change the color of everything if we're not happy. But for right now, I want to get this guy into Maya, so we're going to need to export these textures. So we have all this, but we wouldn't necessarily want to export them all one at a time, so we'll export flattened. So if you right click, export flattened layers, and we can export selected or export them all. In our case, we'll export all of them. And mine's opened up in my project folder source images, and this is the naming convention. So it will be channel and image number TIFF. So I'm going to give it a name first. I'm going to call it Burt color. In fact, this channel will say color on it because it's the color channel, so I don't need that. So I'm just going to call mine Burt color channel and number. So let's export all patches, and this can take a second depending on how many layers and how much complexity you've got. And 70% should be done in a second, and there we go. Right, but apart from the color layer, we also need the bump channel. So let's click over to bump, and let's do the same thing. So export all layers flattened, and this one we'll call Burt channel. So this will be Burt bump dot the image frame number for the UV map, which I'll explain in a second. And now spec. So here is our spec channel, and again export all layers flattened, and Burt channel, so this will be Burt spec, export all patches. So if we now just open up our project folder here, so I've got mine under Burt UV, and I look in the source images, you'll see I've saved out a Burt bump 1, 2 and 3, a color 1, 2 and 3, and a Burt spec 1, 2 and 3. Now the 1, 2 and 3 simply relate to the patches, so patch 1, patch 2 and patch 3 for the bump channel, the color channel and the spec channel. So really, if we look under our color channel, so let's go up to color here, and I look just at the UV view, you'll see here that this will represent patch number 2. So 1, 2, 3. So if I open color number 2 in something like Photoshop, you'll see this. So let's try that, make sure we've got everything correct. So I'll just double click this and open it up in Photoshop. Okay, so here it is open in Photoshop, all baked down by Mari and now ready for use as an actual texture. So if I double click the zoom, you can see the actual size that our texture is. So it's fairly large at 4K. So now we've got all of this kind of sorted out, we'll keep the Mari, so we're going to save here in Mari. And I'll pop I'll pop Maya open and show you how to use these textures, get them all on a Maya shader, and we'll do a quick render. Hopefully that will come off well enough that there's no more major editing to be done in Mari. So I will see you in a moment when we pop into Maya and render this little guy. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a second. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we finished off by exporting the textures from Mari out. So in our case we've exported 3 images for the bump, 3 for the spec and 3 for the colour, so we end up with 9 texture files in total. And I think I just want to point out that before we continue and we go into Maya and do some renders, I also created some different variations of skin colour for this guy by really just going into the base tone here, popping open the HSV node, changing the base tone, and then maybe coming in, changing the secondary tone as well, again just with that HSV node we've had on there, just to create some various different skin colors. This will allow me to do a render with various skin tones on, so I can pick the best for my needs. But it also demonstrates what a fantastic flexible system this is with these adjustment stacks on all these individual layers. We've got a lot of control, everything from eye color to skin color, so you come in and change the color of the eyes if you wanted to, to match a varying different skin tone. So really with Mari that becomes a very simple process to get a few different variations of texture out. And if I open up Maya here, you can see I've got my plane model, but I've popped open a render view, and here's Burt in green. Basically this is the first color we exported out of Mari. This is the color I exported out in the last part. So you may notice we've got a very nice subsurface scattering material on here, and we've got some nice eye detail, all of which I'll be getting into. But here he is again in blue, and here he is again in red, green and blue. So it just gives us a look at what he would look like in various different shades. And also, change the facial expression of the model slightly, and all of a sudden you've got 3 separate dinosaurs in 3 separate colors. So, very, very easy to change control of your texture there. Alright, but before we go any further, we need to look at this. Now, I exported this with the smooth node on, which we no longer need. So if we click the mesh and go to the channel box, you'll see I've got a polysmooth face on. Just change the divisions to 0. Now you may or may not have that problem. I shouldn't have saved the file with the smooth on, but it really is no big deal. Turn it off and then delete the history. Okay, easy enough. Now, we've got one other problem. This is all one combined mesh at the moment, which means any shader I use for the skin, say a subsurface scattering material, will also end up, say, on the teeth, and we might not want that. So I'm going to break this model back down into its component parts. So I'm just going to go up to Mesh, Separate. Okay, and that will separate the mesh into its component parts. From there I'm going to delete the history on all of these component parts. Okay, you should see that empty transform node that was there has now disappeared. And now I'm going to do some organization. I'm going to start by selecting the main skin, which is currently called Polysurface 3, and I'm going to change that to main body. Whoops, if I can spell. Just so I know what's going on. Then I'm going to hide it, Control H, and then I'm going to start to group some similar objects together. So all of these spikes, for instance, can Control G, we can group those and just call that spikes. And I'm going to get the whole mouth in one go because it will all be textured with the same material for now. Control G, mouth, and this just leaves us with the eye left and eye right. So let's move all of these out of the group there, and I'm just middle mouse dragging. Come on, out you get. There we go, and now I can delete this empty group. Okay, so one other thing, when we took this Burt chap into Mari, we left behind his little eye lens caps here. Now we did that because they're just going to be a glossy transparent material, so really there is no need to texture them, so we left them in Maya and didn't take them into Mari. And I'm just going to center the pivot on this guy and move it back into place. There we go. Just want to get the eyeballs moved back into place. They might have moved around a little bit. We can always look at that later. It's not really so important for right now, but there we go. Now I'm going to unhide the main body, and now we can get on with putting a texture on this guy. Now for this I'm going to hit 3 to smooth. In fact, I'm going to select everything and smooth everything because I want it smoothed out here for when I render it. So before we go any further, I'm going to use a subsurface scattering material for this, and I'm going to use the new Mila layered material. It's got a really nice subsurface scattering, but you know, if we look at our UV map, as you'll be used to seeing it by now, we've got these 3 patches. So we've got 1, 2 and 3. So if I select the whole thing, then obviously they'll all be full. Okay, so we've got the 3 patches. Now that would mean 3 textures, which when we export it out of Mari, you'll note we have 3 color, 3 spec and 3 bump. So let's just stick a straight lambda on this for now so we can have a look at how that all works. So I'm just going to assign new material, and I'll just stick a straight lambda on there. Now I'm going to assign a file texture to the color. So just file, and you'll notice that I've got various colors here, blue, red and our initial color. So it's important to open up the first one, so 0, 1, and then we have 0, 2 and 0, 3 from Mari, and you won't notice anything in the viewport, or if you do, it'll be seriously wonky. I mean, that is not what we painted in Mari. So UV tiling mode, you'll see now, is new for Maya 2015-16, and this does ZBrush, Mudbox, and in our case, Mari. Now it'll say it's found 3 tiles, but you still won't see anything, so hit Generate Preview. And give it a little time to update in the viewport, and you'll see our texture comes back. Okay, we haven't got the eyes yet, we'll have to do those separately of course, and we haven't got the spikes and the horns, but we're on with the main body. So now we've got, you know, a look at how all 3 textures combine onto one mesh. I just want to set up a basic lighting scenario. So I'm going to start off with a floor plane, like so, and then I'm going to bring in a directional light, and I'm just going to get this so he's standing on it. Okay, now I'm going to bring in a directional light, so I'm just going to go up to Create Lights, Directional Light, and I'll make this a little bigger. Now the scaling of a directional light has no bearing on its intensity, so scaling it up or down isn't going to make a huge amount of difference. Neither will moving it. It's all about the angle with the directional light. The only reason that I'm moving this around is just so I can get it out my way. I'd get exactly the same render if the light was here or here. However, I would get different renders based upon the angle. So you can think of this as kind of an infinite sunlight. So I'm just going to cue this at an angle for now. And I'll probably make it a bit smaller just so it doesn't take up so much room. Again, it will have no bearing on the end result of the light. Okay, and another thing, so now we've got one basic light and we've got a floor to receive some shadows, but more importantly we've got a floor to bounce some light up of, because when the light hits this we'll be using global illumination, so we want light to bounce off the floor. Okay, so right now if we hit render, this is not going to look very good at all. Remember, we're aiming for this, and I'll just show you what we're going to get. Okay, so that finished rendering, and this is what we get. It's obviously not very impressive at all. So first things first, we need to start bouncing some light around this scene, because with one light source we're never going to do this with direct illumination. However, this quick render has shown us that our texture is working on all three patches. We're seeing complete coverage of the whole body where we've applied the material to. So that's one thing out the way at least. Now let's take a look at some lighting. So we're going to use a fairly simple setup, the first part of which being, now obviously we're using mental ray. If we take a look under our quality settings, they've got an overall quality setting of 0.75. I'm going to put that down at 0.25. We're doing here are some test renders, so we don't really want the quality cranked up, and I can put the lighting quality down to say 0.8. Now I can use the new GI prototype from Maya, but it is only in 2016 at the moment, and it's also a prototype, so I'm going to go with a more tried and tested final gather method. So once I've turned this on, I'll need to go down to legacy options and take a look at some of the final gather settings. Now by default they've decided to give this quite a high value, so we're going to knock that from 200 to 30, the point density to 0.2 or 0.3. The higher this is, the better the quality, the longer the render. The same goes for accuracy. Secondary diffuse bounces, how many times do we want the light to bounce? Well, in this case twice should be enough for a test. Now we'll go down to final gather quality. Because we're using very low quality, we're going to turn the filtering on, which will stop any bright spots from developing. And under tracing, I'm going to give myself a nice amount of reflections and refractions, and I'm also going to go to a max trace depth of 10. Now this is a little bit overkill at the moment, but if I go for more bounces later on, then this will need to be at, if I say you wanted 5 bounces, this would need to be 5, 5 and 10. So I'm going to set it there now so I can play around with this later and not worry about it. It really won't up render time that much on this. In fact, with these changes, we're turning on the final gather, we're turning off the GI prototype and going to final gather, putting this quality setting down a bit, putting this quality setting down a bit, and adjusting the final gather settings to this. I'd be willing to bet that our previous render at 2 minutes and 14 seconds, even with bounce light and GI, is actually a lot faster. So let's have a look. Okay, so now we're bouncing some light around. When I flick between them, you'll see we get light bounce up on the belly and up on the face. So that's helping us out a little bit. Just bouncing some light around the scene is making a bit of a difference. It's definitely lightening up our image. And we've gone from a render time of 2 minutes and 14 seconds to 10 seconds, which for test rendering is a bit of an improvement really. So now we've got this done, but we're still not getting enough light. It still looks, you know, like we should introduce more directional lights, more area lights, more spotlights, try and light the sky up. However, as we have shiny skin and we're going to have a shiny eye, anything that's shiny needs an environment to reflect off, and the final gather rays need something to bounce off, and so there's many different ways of doing this. In this case, I'm going to use a IBL, an image-based lighting node. So if we go up to the settings and under scene, you'll see here image-based lighting. So we'll go create, and you'll notice that this yellow has appeared in the background. That's actually a big yellow sphere that will contain our image-based lighting. Now you can rescale the big yellow sphere, but while this infinite is on, it's pointless. This is an infinite sphere now, which is how we want it set. So really the only time I would scale this while this was on infinite is if I was having trouble seeing it. So sometimes if it's scaled out too large, you can't actually see the picture on it, it's too far away, in which case I'd scale it in, but it will make no difference to the lighting at this particular moment in time. So let's select a HDR image. And I've got one in here, it's just basically a field. It's nothing special, we just need something to provide an environment, to provide some reflections for us. So as you can see, it's nothing spectacular, it's just basically a field. Okay, so I'm going to use this one, it'll be adequate to my needs, because in the final shot you'll notice that, actually just pop open the render view, I'm actually blocking the background with my own background, which is more cartoony. I'm really just using this for the reflections on the specular highlights and whatnot. So now let's pop this open and go to our 10-second render. Let's kidnap this one and hit render again and see what introducing that IBL does for us. Okay, now we are cooking on gas. This is much better than the previous shot. Already we're starting to introduce quite a significant amount of light in here. It's almost enough for our intents and purpose, and our render time has gone up to 16 seconds. The problem is this does not look like skin. If I go back here, this has kind of a glow about it. It's almost translucent towards the edges here, and this is a subsurface scattering material. So we're going to need to introduce one of those. Now there are a few in Maya. There's a fast scattering for a skin. There's a second version of that node that was introduced in Maya 2014, I think. And right now in Maya 2015 and 2016, there's something called the Mila material, which is Mental Ray's new layering material. It's superb. It's long before time that we had one. So because it's new and you might not have seen it used so much, I'm going to actually use that. So I'm going to select our main character here. And there we go. Just took a while for some reason. And I'm going to assign a new material to it. Now, if I go under Mental Ray materials, you'll see here I've got this Mila material with lots of little shader balls on it, denoting that it's a layered material. So let's flick that on and let's have a look at it. Now, if you're used to the architectural material, you'll be used to all the controls for reflection, refraction, and all of that stuff being all in one kind of giant material. Mila material is slightly different. You start with a base component and then you add layers to it. So you can add a weighted layer, which is just a layer over the top, a Fresnel layer, which would be something with a Fresnel reflection or a custom reflection layer, basically. We're not going to delve into every aspect of this material, just enough to get some subsurface scattering on our skin. So we've got a diffuse base component color. So let's take this color. And in fact, in this case, this color's not going to make much of a difference to us because we're going to add a layer over the top anyway. So right now I'm going to add a weighted layer over the top, and I'm going to go with a subsurface scattering layer to start off with. So I'm going to hit scatter, and you'll see that this is now added a subsurface scatter to our base material. So in this way we can just add layer on the top of each other, we can mix layers together. It's an extremely versatile material. Okay, but let's look at this for a start. So here we've got front tint. Now in the front tint will go our main color file. So let's select our, let's say our green color, the one we initially made. And I'll need to then turn on the tiling for Mari, same as we did with the other material, and hit generate preview. Now you don't have to hit generate preview. When you render, if you haven't, you'll still render correctly. You just won't see it in the viewport. And in fact, because this is on a subsurface scattering layer, that's not showing me that in the viewport. Now I could go and put that on the base layer if I wanted to see it on the viewport. So I'm just going to open up the hypershade and I'm going to find that texture. This will just save me from having too many textures. So this should be the texture we need. Indeed it is. It's the Burt color. So let's go back to the Mila material attributes, and let's just middle mouse drag this up to color. Now I'm going to click on this. It takes it a second to update in the viewport with these three materials, and if I need to I can now click here and click generate preview, but I don't need to. Okay, so technically there was no need to put this base component in because this one has a weight of 1, which means it totally supersedes it. But as we want to see what we're doing in the viewport too, putting this in just allows that texture to be generated in the viewport. Okay, so now we have subsurface scattering, and without changing anything at all, let's just do a quick render. So I'll bookmark this one and hit render. Now this will take a bit longer because of the subsurface scattering material, takes a bit longer to render, but you should be aiming for maybe 40-45 seconds about now. Okay, well that actually only took 18 seconds, so it's actually faster than I thought it would be. Another thing about this material, it's quite speedy. in comparison to the old subsurface shader. But there's a complete lack of definition going on here. And in fact, if I just break the connection with the front tint and put the front tint back to white, it might be easier to see what's going on without the tint. Okay, so without the tint, you see a lack of definition. I've lost the nostrils. I mean, I've lost pretty much all of the detail. This is because my scale is not high enough. So if we go down to scale conversion and set that up to, well, let's try 20 to start with. What we're trying to do is get some more detail back in. Now I'm really starting to see that detail come back in, and I'm really starting to see where my subsurface scattering is having an effect. So at the moment we're bleeding through red because it's set up for skin by default, and we've got sort of a green dinosaur, so that's probably not going to be the best choice. But let's just set our scale conversion up to 40, and this will really show off the subsurface scattering that's happening here. So I'm going to kidnap this one, just hit the save image and re-render. And now you can see we've got a lot more of the definition back, but we've lost a bit of the SSS. We've lost a bit of the scatter coming through. So this was a determination on how much you need. You can see we've still got scatter coming through the arms here, but I want an exaggerated effect. So I'm going to go for a happy middle ground. We tried 20, which is this. With this, I actually didn't save the first one, but the first one was just pure kind of white. So this is 20 and this is 40. So maybe a bit less scatter and a bit more definition is required. So I think I'll go to 25. Can always experiment later. Like I said, the material is quick enough that we're getting 18-second renders, which leaves us a lot of leeway for fine tuning. Now the problem is this is red coming through here, and I want green, because I've got a predominantly green dinosaur. Most of his body is in green. Now if we take a look at the front scatter radius, this is red, green and blue. So at the moment this is letting a lot of red light through, some green light and almost no blue. So I want to switch this round. I want to make this 20 to let a bit of red light through, sorry, this 10 to let a bit of red light through, and this 20 to let more green light through. I'm going to do front and the back. So now this should skew towards green instead of being red, which would be more human skin tone. And you can see as the render starts to come in, you can see these bright areas of green. So now my subsurface scattering is letting more green light through and less red. So because, as I say, the skin on this is predominantly green, that's what I'm looking for. If you've got your dinosaur in blue or red or purple or pink, then you may need to play with this. Just remember red, green and blue, and the higher the value, the more of that color light is going to come through. So now I've got the basic subsurface scattering to where I want it. I can now put the front tint back on. So let's come in here and open up the hypershade, grab my file texture, which is my color, and drag it in, middle mouse drag it into front tint. Now I'm going to hit render again. Okay, and apologies folks, but I've dragged that into back tint instead of front tint because I'm having one of those days. So into front tint, not back tint, my apologies. So let's have a look that this actually went into the front tint now. So I'm just clicking here to bring open the texture. Okay, and let's just break the connection on this. My apologies, this material is a bit new, so it does have a the odd occasional hiccup, but this one was probably me as I connected it to the wrong tint. So okay, so that should be fine. Let me just middle mouse drag that again. Apologies for this folks, sometimes the simplest things. There we go, and let's do another render. Okay, so our render time has increased ever so slightly. We've gone up to 19 seconds, but we've got a very nice tint. We've got a very nice subsurface scatter on this. You can see that it's coming through the arms quite nicely. The problem is everything looks a bit too subsurface scattered. Now, back in the olden days, we'd play around with the radiuses and try and get this perfect with a subsurface scattering material, but because we're dealing with a layered material, we can simply put the weight of this down to 0.5, so half subsurface scattering, and we can add another layer, so a weighted layer, diffuse reflection, which in this case is just diffuse basically, and this time we can then put this on top. So if we make this say a weight of 0.52, then 0.5 and 0.5 will add up to 1, and if I just leave this at a grey colour, you'll see this go half grey and half subsurface scattering. Okay, there we go. So there's a half grey over the subsurface scattering, which turns the subsurface scattering down a bit while still allowing it to be active. Now, this is not perfect, of course, because we don't want grey. So we're going to drop a texture here in the colour channel. So I'm just going to add a new texture because I'm going to tweak this one slightly, and this texture will be our color again. So just the color we exported out, and UV tiling mode Mari, and generate preview, and that should now display in the viewport. Although, as I say, this material hasn't been the most reliable for me in the viewport, and it's still generating that preview. So just give it a second, and there we go. Alright, so that's nicely in the viewport. So if we look at the material, we've now got a 50% diffuse layer and a 50% subsurface scattering layer. So let's render that and see what we get. Okay, now we're looking much more like skin. Now I just want to lighten up this diffuse layer a bit to create a bit less saturation. So let's go into the diffuse layer, into the color, and into the file node itself. And if we look at color balance, I'm going to take up the color gain, and that would make it darker. So I'm going to use the color offset just to make it a bit lighter. Okay, now I'm going to kidnap and re-render just so you can see the difference, and the change should be fairly subtle. Normally I would do this in Photoshop, so I would have a brighter skin layer for the subsurface scattering than I would for the dinosaur, and I've actually gone a little bit too far with that. So let me just tweak that down a bit. I just wanted to take a little bit of saturation away. It's not even really necessary. It's also fairly simple to do this afterwards in post. Let's just take that down just a little bit. There we go. Just a tiny bit lighter between the two. Okay, so the difference is quite subtle. It's just knocked some of the brightest green saturation out. And I'd say it's not really a necessary step. It's something I like to do when I'm playing with this subsurface scattering material. Okay, so we've still got a ways to go. We've got no eyes, and we've got no bump, and we've got no spec. So let's sort out some reflectivity on this guy. Now, at the moment, we've got this diffuse reflection, which is just the reflection from the diffuse color. We've got a scatter, and now we need some sort of reflective component. So let's go with a glossy reflection. Now, we're going to turn the roughness down to about 0.3. Now the roughness, if we've got no roughness, it will be a very mirror finish. If we've got tons of roughness, it'll be more of a frosted finish. So we want quite a mirror finish on this, so about 0.3. Now the color, we will use our spec map for. So let's go here and load in our spec map. Let's go to the top, grab the spec map, and there we go. Now I've got to turn the tiling mode onto Mari once again, but I don't need to generate a preview. So let's see. Okay, that should have found some patches. Okay, And again, we have a little problem. I'll just click off the material and back on it. So I'm just clicking the background at the moment, and it seems that Maya is doing some searching, so it will take it at 2 seconds or so. It normally doesn't take this long. Okay, so it's just throwing a small fit, but it feels like it's now found all 3 tiles. So you'll see here 3 tiles found, and I've lost my viewport again, which happens a bit. I can simply go back into the diffuse reflection and hit generate preview, and that should update the viewport once again. So there we go. So again, a few little problems with this material still, but it is relatively new, so you know, you're gonna have to forgive some problems. I really have anything seriously wrong. Just occasionally you might need to regenerate the preview, and occasionally it takes the material a little while to update. Okay, so let's have a look at the weight here. Now at the moment we can see in our sample the weight is now 100% glossy reflection, which means this guy will just look like a mirror. So let's put the weight down. We want this to act as some specular highlights along the skin. We don't want it to turn into a chrome ball. So now you can see I've got a nice sharp specular highlight. Let's give him a render and see what he looks like. So there we go, that definitely brought in our reflectivity. We've got some nice sharp points of specularity at the moment. Now, to be honest, this is not perfect, obviously. It's far too bright, even at 0.1, but I'm not going to worry about that for the moment. I want to get some bump on here before we start doing anything else. Now, you would think you could just open the bump from here, but that won't work. At the moment, this won't connect it to a bump node. It'll just put a picture in here and nothing will happen. So I'm going to pop open the hypershade, and I'm going to build my own bump node to go in here. So I'm going to get my hypershade out a bit bigger, so I can just see my working area. And I'm going to go up to utilities, and I'm going to take a bump 2D. Okay. There we go. Alright, so that's just opened up in the wrong place. So let's have a look what we've got here, and I'm just going to clear the work area off altogether so we can see what's going on. I've just got to clear graph and a bump 3D node, which is exactly what I didn't want, and a bump 2D. So just create a bump 2D node, and you'll see it here in the main work area, and then I want a 2D texture, and I want a file node, which will come with a UV placement node, and into this file node I'm going to load the bump images. So come down to Burt bump, there we go, and it's Mari, of course, so UDM Mari. It's found 3 tiles. I don't need a viewport preview, so I'm just going to drag the out alpha into the bump value. Okay, now I've got a bump node that I can start putting into my Mila material. So click my Mila material up here, and I'm going to want to bump, first of all, that specularity, and I'm also going to want to bump the diffuse reflection. Okay, so let's see what we get now. And let me just bring up the render view, and I'll save this one, and you should start to see some bump come on here. Okay, and what I'm seeing is absolutely no bump, so let's go and find out why. Now we've got the out alpha plugged in at the bump value, which means the texture will have to have alpha as luminance armed. So let's click our texture here, and as you can see, alpha as luminance is unticked. So make sure under your file texture, which in our case is the Burt bump, tick alpha as luminance, and now when I re-render you'll see some bump. You'll also see much too high a value bump, I would have thought, but we can tone that down in a second. Okay, so as you can see, definitely have bump, but if you render with that bump for the first time and you're not getting anything, make sure that alpha as luminance is checked under your file texture node for the bump. Now if you want to turn the bump down, come in and click the bump 2D node, and come up here and just turn that from 1 to 0.1. We can try for a start. Now if you want to find that without using the hypershade, you can just of course click material attributes here, and then under the bump, if you click on the little icon to the left, you should see a bump depth value. In this case it should be 0.1. So let's go back to the material and check this one. Now they're the same bump nodes, so they should actually be linked. We use the same node for both. So that should be 0.1 as well. I'm not quite sure why they didn't save in the hypershade. I probably forgot to press return. But let's take a look at this with 0.1 bump on it. Okay, so that's definitely given us a better bump value. Now we've still got this problem with our gloss layer, but that's okay. We can turn that down in a second. There is one thing that is slightly concerning me. It's that our subsurface scattering isn't quite popping enough. And if I go and look at our material, I've got a weight here of 0.1, which is dealing with all this specular. I've got a diffuse reflection of 0.5, and I've got a scatter of 0.5, which is probably allowing some of this diffuse base component to come through. So the bottom layer should be the scattering, and then these two should be over the top. However, for whatever reason, I've set the scatter into 0.5, so I'm going to set it to 1. That will make the base layer all scattering, and then this reflection, diffuse, will sit over the top, and then this glossy will sit over the top of everything else. So let's just kidnap this image and do another quick render. Okay, now I'm getting the pop from the subsurface scattering that I'm looking for. In fact, if I flick backwards and forwards, I think you'll be able to tell. So all that had happened is I've accidentally at some point turned the scatter down to 0.5, and that's let a bit of this diffuse base component show through, which we don't want at all. So by setting the first layer to 1, that makes sure that this layer will always be visible under this one and this one. So I'm going to call this quits for this part, and I'll come back in the last part and we'll finish the shading of the skin, the teeth, the eyes, and we'll put a nice background on this so we can get sort of this cartoon effect render that I've got here. So I look forward to seeing you in the next part, and I hope you've enjoyed this one, and I'll be back in a moment. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So we finished off here, and we've got a big problem with our glossy reflections. So without doing anything else first, let's just sort that out. So let's come up here to glossy reflection, and there's too much of it. So let's turn it down to maybe 0.075, and also it's too sharp. So let's turn the roughness up to, let's say, 0.6. Let's try. Okay, and now we need to render. So I'm going to kidnap this and just hit render. Okay, so that's immediately looking a lot better on the spec light. There's a much better, more skin-like highlight that we've got going on. And because of the spec map we painted, we're not getting much spec in between the gaps of the little lizard skin here. So it helps to more clearly define the skin as well, which is nice. But I'm still not quite satisfied with this. I'd need to generate a viewport preview, but I'm not going to bother right now. Sometimes the preview just falls off, so you can always go back in and hit generate preview. But again, I find most of the time, I'm sure they'll sort this out in 2017. But for now, most of the time I can live without a preview in the viewport. But if you do want it back, you can just go, as I've said before, and hit that generate preview. Now, if I look at my front diffuse reflection, I wanted to lighten it up a bit, and we did lighten it up a bit by just turning the color offset up a bit. We also have a new exposure, so I'm going to crank the exposure up a bit as well, just to get that texture a bit whiter. So let me just check I'm actually editing the right one, because right now I'm not sure. Okay, so we want the exposure under the diffuse reflection. And yeah, I'm going to go for 1.3. And you can see in the little tile preview, this just whitens it up and saturates it. This will allow more of the color from the underneath SSS layer to come through. So if I just, instead of talking you through it, if I just render it and flick backwards and forwards, you'll see a slight difference. Okay, now you should notice that by creating that exposure, that overexposure on the diffuse reflection. We've lightened the whole guy up quite a bit. Now normally I would do that in Photoshop, so I would take the color texture and just lighten it up a bit in Photoshop, maybe knock out a bit of the detail with some blur. But for right now, for this particular character, because we just want it a bit lighter, we can just use that exposure node in Maya, but it is generally preferable just to lighten up a bit in Photoshop. But in this case, we can get away with just doing it this way. Right, so right now the main body of our character is looking pretty good. It's under fairly harsh lighting conditions, so you know, it could probably be tweaked, but for right now this is good enough. I just want to move on to the eyes, the teeth and the horns. So as I'm going to do the teeth and the horns and the inside of the mouth in a similar material, I'm going to grab them all together like so and just assign new material. I'm going to use pretty much exclusively the Mila material for this, and I'm going to add a weighted layer, and this time I'm going to add a diffuse reflection. I'm going to have a weight of 1, so 100%, and I'm just going to add in our color. So let's go up and let's put in our color, which in our case is this green one. UV tiling mode of Mari and generate preview, which should show us that the spikes and the inside of the mouth take the texture that we made in Mari. There we go. So that's that bit done. I'm going to come in and hide these eye caps because I want to see the eye underneath. Then I'm going to select both eyes. I'm going to assign them a new material too. So another Mila material. I'm going to add a weighted layer and again just diffuse and give this the eye color, which again will be in our main color file. So there we go. And once again we'll have to tell it Mari, and I can generate a preview for the viewport just to make sure everything is working. And there you go, both of my eyes should have come in. Okay, so that's pretty much the whole thing with the texture on it. Let's give him a quick render and see what he looks like with eyes. So let's kidnap this one and hit render. Okay, so there we go. We've got eyes, teeth and horns along here. Now these are just diffuse reflective materials. So they're only going to show the diffuse contribution. There's going to be no reflection other than the diffuse reflection, of course. But we want a glossy reflection or a specular reflection along the eye, and that's where our little eye caps come in. So let's unhide those, Shift H, and come up here and assign a material to both of these. So I'm just going to Shift select them, assign new material, and again I'll use the Mila material. It really is a very versatile material. Now I'm going to leave the diffuse base on, and this time I'm going to go with weighted layer and I'm going to go with glossy reflection. Okay, so this weighted layer will now be a glossy reflection. So let's turn that down to 0.1 and quite a sharp highlight we're going to want, so 0.3. That's just to get the little dots in the eye, and then I'm going to add another layer, and I'm going to make this again a weighted layer, and I'm going to make this one a glossy transmission. Now transmission will be transparent, basically it will allow light to transmit through it. So I'll give this a weight of 0.9 and a roughness of pretty much crystal clear, maybe a little 0.1 there. Okay, so now I should be able to see through this when I render, so let's give it a render. Okay, so there's the render. I've got a completely transparent eye cap that's catching some reflections from the environment, but let's have a look at this material, and I would rather the glossy transmission was the underneath layer. So I'm going to put this to 1, I'm going to put this to 0.1, and that should work out a little bit better for us. Now let's take a look at this roughness on here, and let's tone this roughness maybe up a little bit, and let's do our environment. So I'm going to twist the environment so this particularly bright spot is at the front. So I'm going to go like so. And that should give us a better reflection in the eye. Now let's get a good angle for this guy. Somewhere around here. And I'm going to flick on this just so I can see where the camera would be. Now if you do flick on this film gate and resolution gate, that will allow you to see what you're actually going to render, but it takes up a bit of the screen with all this grayness around it. So I'm going to sort that out by clicking on the camera, going up to display, going to, let's see, where are we? I always lose this one, just a second, it's not, here we go. So display options, and change this overscan to 1.1. There we go. That just gives me a little bit more screen area to work with. Okay, so let's get a render. Okay, now we're talking. That looks much more eye-like. Now I could rotate the background a bit more. Let's just say move it this way a little bit more, and that will change the position of the highlight in the eye. So again, I tend to do this just to check that the eye is working in various different scenarios. If I was going to animate this guy later on, you know, I want to just make sure that I move around the pupil in a nice way. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. If I move this further, obviously the highlight will move more depending on what it's reflecting in the environment, so it should act the same way as a realistic eye would. Okay, there we go, perfect. So there is the material on the eye. Now there are a lot of tweaks that we could make to the material. It renders out fast enough that I'll leave a lot of it for you. I've got a look that I'm pretty happy with at the moment. What I don't want to see is this background. I'm not interested in having him on a blue sky. This background is purely here for provide some lighting, but also to provide some reflection so we can get our nice specular highlights and nice highlights in the eye. I don't actually want to see these treetops. I mean, it doesn't look brilliant. So let's introduce our own background. Now we're going to start with a plane. So I'm just going to put in a polyplane and scale it up. I'm going to move it this way a bit. I'm going to put it by his feet. Now I'm going to leave this plane in the scene, which might sound a bit strange that we'd have two, one on top of the other. But the reason for this is this plane, which will become our backdrop, is going to be invisible to final gather. It's also not going to cast any shadows, because I don't want, you know, when I pull this up to become a background and the light is going from behind, I don't want a big shadow over my character. So I want this to have pretty much no interaction with the lighting. All it's going to do is catch the shadows, and that's it. So we need this original floor plane there to act as a bouncer, because this will be invisible to all bounce light. So we need to leave one in to still have something for the light to bounce off. And let's move this back just a little bit, and now I'm just going to lift it up basically. So let's just go to face mode and select all these faces here. I'm going to lift these up, pull them in a bit this way. I'm not going to be terribly precise about this, and pull them in this way, and just keep going until you've built up sort of a background, just a plate for him to stand on basically. And you don't need to be too precise. You know, generally when I'm doing this I would take my time a little bit more than this, but just pull it into sort of shape. And let's just rotate this final one. Okay, close enough, something like that. Now I'm going to hit 3 to smooth and smooth that all out. This gives me a backing plate for him to stand on. Now I'm going to move him, oops, because I want to move him around, I'm going to just select every mesh that makes up our little chap and hit Ctrl G to group them, and then I can rotate him a little bit to get him a bit more interesting angle and move him forward. So just so his tail is not bisecting that backing plate. And now I'll get my camera in position, and I'm going to do one render without making any changes to this background at all and show you what I mean when I say we don't want it interfering with the light. So let's come in and let's just snapshot that last render. It's pretty snazzy, and let's do another one. Okay, so there we have it. Now this is not really what we're looking for, and also our light at the moment is coming pretty much straight down from the top, so this is not actually interfering too much at the moment. But if we shot our light from, say, more this angle, then obviously this is going to cast a huge shadow straight across there. So let me show you that. Okay, you'll see now, because this is blocking some of my light, I'm not getting a lot of backlight in here. And this is a problem. This is kind of blocking up all the light. So let's just tweak a few things. Now if we click on the plane itself and come up to the polyplane shape and go under render stats, let's stop it casting any shadows. Let's stop it being visible in reflections or refractions, and let's come down to mental ray. And I don't want it to be visible in transparency, translucency. I don't want to trace its refraction. I don't want to transmit its refractions. I don't want it to cast final gather rays, and I don't want it to receive final gather rays. So it's just there as a background prop. So let's do another render. Now we've changed all that lot. Okay, as you can see, with all that lot turned off, and also with the cast shadows turned off and visible in reflections and refractions, what's happened now is we've got our subsurface scattering back, we've got our spec back that's coming around here, but we've also lost the plane completely. But it has done the job. If we flick this backwards, you can see here this is very little subsurface scattering, there's no spec from the direct light. There's all sorts of problems. Well, now we've cured most of those problems, but we've left us with quite a big one that we can't see the background. However, if I turn one of these back on, the final gather receive, you'll see the background comes back, so it's not a problem, and it won't interfere with that spec light or the subsurface scattering. Okay, so now we've fixed the problem of our background, but our light's at a horrible angle because it's coming straight from behind the character. We've got a huge amount of subsurface scattering, and this speck around here, it's too bright, and also it's not very attractive the way that catches the light. So let's start by just making a better path for this light. So let's have it come sort of down and to the side. Maybe a little bit from the back and a little bit downwards. Now normally I'd do several test renders to get that light in the right place, but let's just try it this way. Also that speck was too bright, so let's go into the Mila material and just change the weight of our glossy layer to 0.6. Now I think also that the subsurface scattering might be a nad's wing too high. So I'm going to change the scale conversion from 25 to 30. That should help us out a bit. Let's go back to a camera bookmark. I'm going to grab this guy. I'm going to turn him sideways a bit just so we can show him off a bit better. And I'm going to hit render, and then I'm going to pick out some other problems that may occur, and we're going to sort them out as they pop up. Okay, so here we're looking nice. We've got some nice specular highlights going on around here. This eyebrow is terrific. The eye is nice and highlighted, although it does appear that it's not quite sitting in its socket. So I must have come in at some point and moved that. So let's grab the right eye and the right eye. And, you know, I can just move these back into alignment now. As I say, if I could just grab the right ones, there we go. So I've had a bit of a naming convention failure, and I'm just going to shove that back into alignment. Not quite sure how I knocked that out, but there we go, it happens. Okay, and if I bring up the render, the other thing I noticed is our shadows are a little sharp for this type of render. So I'm going to grab our main light here. I'm going to go into the shape node, and under the shadows I'm going to come down to ray trace shadows. The bigger this light angle is, the more blurred your shadows are going to get, but try not to go mad. I mean, at a value of 5 they'll be extremely blurry. So let's try 2.5, just to get a bit of a blurry edge. Now, when you've got a razor sharp straight edge, you can live with one shadow ray. However, the blurrier it gets, the more of these you'll need to stop it getting grainy. So with a blur of 2.5, I'll go with shadow rays of 32, which will give me a slight grain in my shadow. In fact, if I re-render this whole thing again, now let's just check the rest of this light. So its intensity is okay, its position is not bad, our specular highlights are now coming through quite nicely. Yeah, let's just render and see what we get. Oops, I've just remembered, I think the camera is in the wrong position. It is indeed, so let's use our camera bookmark to go back. There we go. Okay, so you see we're getting some blur in our shadows now, and if you zoom in you can see it's a little grainy. Now, as I've mentioned, you can up the shadow rays and that will smooth out, but for this kind of render that's pretty decent. And the higher this number goes, the higher render time will go as well, so something to be aware of, especially when you're test rendering. Now, quite liking this. Our background, however, is a little undramatic, so let's try and get something in there a bit nicer without doing terribly much. So assign a new material, and Mila material, and this time I'm just going to use the diffuse base component, and I'm going to select a ramp. So let's see, we should have a ramp material here somewhere. There we go. And as you can see, black at the bottom, white at the top. So if I move this, the black will go upwards. Now I want a circular ramp, so I'm going to change this to circular, and that gives me black in the middle and white on the outside. I actually want to take that to a different color. Now I'm going to go with a kind of light purple. So I'm going to start off with a very, very light purple. I'm going to put one in the middle and go for a slightly darker purple. Now, I picked out some of these colors earlier when I was having a play with different color variations, but you can just use the sliders, of course. And let's go for a kind of desaturated. So I've got a very desaturated purple. You know, you don't want to end up looking too garish. So this should be about fine for me. I'm just going to move him more into the center of the camera. And now with the background, we'll do one final test render, and if he's all good to go, let me just check his material settings. So I'm kind of liking the specularity at the moment. You can have a play around with the roughness and the weight to get more or less broader specular, broader highlights, or sharper highlights, of course. Let's have a look at the scattering. Scale conversion at 30 is nice enough, I think. Again, you'll need to play with the RGB values depending on the color of your character and what sort of scattering you want to get. But for right now, this is looking pretty decent. Let's just try him on a bit more of a dramatic backdrop. Okay, so using that circular ramp has given us a bit more interesting focal point on the middle of the character. Now you might want to tweak the ramp a bit. I think it probably needs to get a bit lighter in the center. So if we go material attributes and we just bring this up this way a bit, that'll lighten us up, and maybe make this a bit darker so we get a more focused hot point. But that's then going to create this ugly gradient. So if we set the interpolation to smooth, that will help that. So that will give us a bit more contrast between the center and the outside of the image. And the last thing to look at is really, this is a 1 minute render, which is pretty decent for a test render, but for a final shot the quality is a little lacking. So I'm going to come up to my settings. I'm going to turn my overall quality to 1, my lighting quality to 1, then I'm going to go down to my legacy options where we have final gather. I'm going to set this to 200, which is a pretty high accuracy, and this to 1. So this will give us a pretty decent amount of accuracy in our indirect illumination for a final render. So I have an overall quality of 1, which will increase the anti-aliasing we're getting amongst other things. I've got the lighting quality cranked up to 1, and I've got the indirect lighting turned up to a much better quality. Now I imagine this render will take about 10 minutes, so I will see you back here when it's finished. Okay, so the damage on the render time wasn't quite as bad as I thought, just 4 minutes and 39 seconds, which is not bad for a completed frame of this size. Now our bump has got a lot sharper, our highlights are better, and the overall quality of the image has gone up quite a bit. Now I'm going to conclude this tutorial here, but you might want to add some extra shadow rays. You might want to change the position of your directional light, just to get it a bit better. You can try front lighting the character instead of backlighting it. I would really recommend that you go in as well with the Mila material. Things like the teeth, which at the moment are on a very, very simple layer, and the spikes on a very simple Mila material with just a diffuse reflection, might benefit from some specular highlight of their own. So go ahead and start adding some layers to your Mila material. But for me, this is pretty much looking like my original shot, slightly different angle, and a slightly different angle on the main light, and my background isn't quite as dominantly purple as this, but again that just comes down to the ramp settings of the color here. So I hope you found this tutorial interesting. We've gone through some Mari, we've gone through some Photoshop, we've gone through some UVing, and now we've gone through a basic way to light up a character and give it a bit of presence. So thank you for watching. If you have any questions, you can always get me on the forum over at SimplyMaya.com. A lot of very friendly people there who I'm sure will be happy to help, myself included. And if you want to email me directly, you can get me at david@SimplyMaya.com. So thank you very much for watching, and hopefully I'll see you in the next SimplyMaya tutorial. Cheers.